Keep your eyes on the prize. You can't fall for your instructor. Understood? There you are. I heard you needed some training.
I'm on the scene. Extinguishing fire. Ready to be dispatched anytime. No need to worry.
I'm going in. You can't run away from me. Your habits reflect in your results. Don't relax just yet.
So, you're my trainee. Are you ready? I didn't get to be director of the academy for nothing. This is what I call skills. All units, prepare for combat.
I deserve a break.
It isn't time yet.
Kids these days have no grit. How about now? Are you nervous? As your instructor, I am disappointed in you. Do I have to? My assistance comes at a price. There's really not much time to rest. All right, give a round of applause for your instructor. Don't worry, I'll be in charge of training you. Check the operation area.
An order is an order. Searching. Continuing to find targets. Locked on target. Situation under control. A healthy mind starts with a healthy body. It's an honor. I'm a big fan.
Let's see if anything's on fire. Let's see if anything's on fire. Move out. Roger. Ready to go. I wonder if they still teach fire drills.
Go, go, go!
Fire's been successfully contained. I'm here for a safety inspection. Assemble here.
Should we get started? Should we get started? Oh, this place is just perfect for training. So, you think you can keep up? You don't have to be afraid of your instructor. I mean it. No talking. How was that? You think you can keep up? Today's training will focus on the art of combat. I need a quick tea break.
Let's take a group photo.
Every choice comes with its consequences. Precise. No variables. In moments like this, you realize the outcome was inevitable. Margin for error. The inevitable destination for every life. Pathetic. Understanding the outcome doesn't grant you the ability to alter it. How much do you truly know about this experiment? All I can tell you is that we'll all cease to exist soon. Is the future I saw real? Are you prepared to survive annihilation? Then, let's begin the experiment. I'll show you every possible outcome. To find the key that will open the door to a new era. Computation complete. An observed outcome cannot be changed. Let's conclude this experiment. Let there be glory to the pawns who reach the end of despair.
What if this world is but a game? So, what is this game called? I understand it now. Just gotta... Ugh. Get me out of here. Game on. Ta-da! Gum. Revive. Easy. You, do a barrel roll. Bum ba ba bum. It's just a game? No. To some, gaming is more than life. This may be a game, but don't underestimate it. Gotta party up and find some mobs. Focus on winning. Games are meant to be won. Finish the fight. Time to lock in. This thing makes me feel like a suicide squad. All roads lead to me. So, what now?
Hey, what year is it right now? Why is this happening to me? It feels like something could happen at any moment here. What is that smell? It's strong, too. I won't miss a second. Hello? Mind if I interview you real quick? Recording! I won't miss a second. Whew, this thing's heavy. Relax. All that stress will make you age faster. Wait! None of the footage was recorded!
Seems like a lot of cleaning to do. Who you are doesn't matter to me. The weight of life is the same for all. We're all the same corpse after death. Well, see you in the afterlife. Double L VIP service, starting now. Nowhere to run, you and me both. squirming against destined fate. Until the Reaper finds you. I always complete the job.
My sword shall not falter. Truth lies in the shadows. A little poke. Delicately and quickly. That's it. I won't dodge. Let loose and face me. Once it starts, I won't go easy on anyone.
This is a dark place. There's nobody around? Would not want to lose my ball here. I'm uncomfortable. Time to sprint. They'll see the true strength of the pitcher. You won't even see it coming. Charge the mound. Game over. Sorry. I need to survive.
Oh, what a cozy place for traitors to live. There's always someone causing trouble, and it's always me cleaning it up. Let's get it! I guess this is all you have. The storm is coming. How many pieces should I split you into? With every inch of my soul. This is the remedy for fools. Don't just follow with your eyes. You'll wish you never met me. My name is Hisui, and I am the strongest.
Class is over. Wanna hang out?
I'll go too. Get up. It's over.
Oh. When did I fall asleep? Marlene! Wanna take a selfie?
Sure.
Ta-da! Hey, can I post our selfie?
Whatever.
I studied so hard today.
You literally just took a nap. Debbie, you only upload pictures where you look good.
We're twins. What's the difference?
Let's do this.
Absolutely. Little sis's turn.
Leave it to me.
I had a good time.
15 years of research in my hands. There's too many idiots in this world. Just do what you can. The rest will just fall into place. Who is Schrodinger and what is so special about his cat? Adapt or be left behind.
Schools are where justice is needed most. Ready to go. I'm the hero of justice at your service. I'll find my way forward with strength and determination. I won't miss. In the name of justice. This is my justice. It's nice if you get along with everyone. May tomorrow shine brighter and more peaceful than today. I'll stand strong with courage. Evil won't break me. Nice work. Let's keep going.
Keep your eyes on the prize. You can't fall for your instructor. Understood? There you are. I heard you needed some training.
I'm on the scene. Extinguishing fire. Ready to be dispatched anytime. No need to worry.
I'm going in. You can't run away from me. Your habits reflect in your results. Don't relax just yet.
So, you're my trainee. Are you ready? I didn't get to be director of the academy for nothing. This is what I call skills. All units, prepare for combat.
I deserve a break.
It isn't time yet.
Kids these days have no grit. How about now? Are you nervous? As your instructor, I am disappointed in you. Do I have to? My assistance comes at a price. There's really not much time to rest. All right. Give a round of applause for your instructor. Don't worry, I'll be in charge of training you. Check the operation area.
An order is an order. Searching. Continuing to find targets. Locked on target. Situation under control. A healthy mind starts with a healthy body. It's an honor. I'm a big fan.
Let's see if anything's on fire. Let's see if anything's on fire. Move out. Roger. Ready to go. I wonder if they still teach fire drills.
Go, go, go!
Fire's been successfully contained. I'm here for a safety inspection. Assemble here.
Should we get started? Should we get started? Oh, this place is just perfect for training. So, you think you can keep up? You don't have to be afraid of your instructor. I mean it. No talking. How was that? You think you can keep up? Today's training will focus on the art of combat. I need a quick tea break.
Let's take a group photo.
Every choice comes with its consequences. Precise. No variables. In moments like this, you realize the outcome was inevitable. Margin for error. The inevitable destination for every life. Pathetic. Understanding the outcome doesn't grant you the ability to alter it. How much do you truly know about this experiment? All I can tell you is that we'll all cease to exist soon. Is the future I saw real? Are you prepared to survive annihilation? Then, let's begin the experiment. I'll show you every possible outcome. To find the key that will open the door to a new era. Computation complete. An observed outcome cannot be changed.
Let's conclude this experiment.
Let there be glory to the pawns who reach the end of despair.
What if this world is but a game? So, what is this game called? I understand it now. Just gotta... Ugh. Get me out of here. Game on. Ta-da! Revive. Easy. You, do a barrel roll. Bum ba ba bum. It's just a game? No. To some, gaming is more than life. This may be a game, but don't underestimate it. Gotta party up and find some mobs. Focus on winning. Games are meant to be won. Finish the fight. Time to lock in. This thing makes me feel like a suicide squad. All roads lead to me. So, what now?
Hey, what year is it right now? Why is this happening to me? It feels like something could happen at any moment here. What is that smell? It's strong, too. I won't miss a second. Hello? Mind if I interview you real quick? recording! I won't miss a second. Whew, this thing's heavy. Relax. All that stress will make you age faster. Wait! None of the footage was recorded!
Seems like a lot of cleaning to do. Who you are doesn't matter to me. The weight of life is the same for all. We're all the same corpse after death. Well, see you in the afterlife. Double L VIP service, starting now. Nowhere to run, you and me both. Squirming against destined fate. Until the Reaper finds you. I always complete the job.
My sword shall not falter. Truth lies in the shadows. A little poke. Delicately and quickly. That's it. I won't dodge. Let loose and face me. Once it starts, I won't go easy on anyone.
This is a dark place. There's nobody around? Would not want to lose my ball here. I'm uncomfortable. Time to sprint. They'll see the true strength of the pitcher. You won't even see it coming. Charge the mound. Game over. Sorry. I need to survive.
Oh, what a cozy place for traitors to live. There's always someone causing trouble, and it's always me cleaning it up. Let's get it! I guess this is all you have. The storm is coming. How many pieces should I split you into? With every inch of my soul. This is the remedy for fools. Don't just follow with your eyes. You'll wish you never met me. My name is Hisui, and I am the strongest.
Class is over. Want to hang out?
I'll go too. Huh? Get up. Huh? It's over.
Oh. When did I fall asleep? Marlene! Want to take a selfie?
Sure.
Hello, and we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another season of another edition of our dev stream for season 8. My name is Raven2, or otherwise known as Wendy, and I am so grateful to host another season of a dev stream. Before we begin, I also want to introduce the two of my lovely colleagues that are going to be joining me today, which is going to be Wolf1 and Raven2. Raven1, I'm sorry. And yeah, before we start, we will jump into some introductions. And yeah.
Hello, Global Survivors. I'm HourㅅEternal, Director of Eternal Return. Thank you so much for joining our Season 8 dev stream. We truly appreciate your support. We have some huge updates to share today, and I'm very excited for you to see them.
Hello, everyone. I'm Raven1. I'm glad to be here again. I can't believe 3 months has already passed. So, yeah, I'm excited, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, and always, it is always a pleasure for me to meet all of our players in the dev stream as well. And yeah, I hope that the updates that we're going to share today and some of the recap stuff that we're going to also be introducing today is going to bring you great joy moving on into the next season. With that being said, I think we can move straight into the PPT and yeah, start off our dev stream. Okay, yeah, now we will begin our dev stream for Season 8. And yeah, for this dev stream, Raven1 is going to start off our dev stream starting with account suspensions. So yeah, take it away.
Before any discussions regarding Season 7 and the upcoming seasons, we wanted to briefly touch on the topic of account suspension and player punishments. Some of you may have seen the recent post from our staff regarding the incorrect ban in Cobalt Protocol. While there are a lot of details that were discussed, we wanted to further dive in with some of the context on what's happening behind the scenes for Nimble Neuron. Firstly, as addressed, we are expanding our staff for the team to have a stronger and more effective response to customer support. The biggest reason is our growing number of support tickets after official release and our need for dealing with all the inquiries. On the screen, we have put our data for the amount of time usually taken between response and the time customer ticket support was sent in. While we try to deal with a lot of the tickets as soon as possible, there are some reports that require a longer time. As player suspension can potentially lead to legal actions, we need solid proof. Similarly, if we have a clear CCTV footage of someone robbing a bank with their face showing, they can be immediately punished. Something that clear, such as reports of people using slurs in chat, this usually takes 1 or 2 business days to resolve. But some of the reports and actions are not clearly defined. In such cases, we have to look through multiple replays and often additional reports from players to help us solidify our decision. Regarding the reports that are hard to judge, we'll discuss for a little longer. Because we've focused on enforcing rules only when there's clear, solid evidence, many players have started intentionally skirting the line. From the perspective of the victim, it's incredibly frustrating, but in many cases, the behavior doesn't quite meet the punishment criteria, or if it does, it takes far too long for the action to be taken. After reviewing a number of frequently reported issues from players following such incidents, we've identified 3 core problems where enforcement is often seen as too passive or ineffective. These 3 areas show a clear gap between our current standards and what players actually feel and experience in game. As part of Season 8, we've actively discussed how we can strengthen these rules in a way that meaningfully improves gameplay quality for everyone.
Okay, before we go on, I do want to talk about some more of the what are we going to more strongly enforce. And the first one is going to be abnormal picks. So the issue is that pick abuse is always a very tricky issue because the core debate is whether abnormal play or like abnormal picks can be judged by stats alone. And people also ask like if off-meta experimentation in games should be allowed. And although most players who troll across hundreds of games get penalized, they do. But the real problem is that when we apply these penalties, they're kind of really slow when we do this because, as we said, we have all of these other stuff that we have to check. We have to manually check the games. We have to manually check the reviews. And by the time we actually do penalize the player, the damage is already done. And also, if we go by stats, when the number of games that we try and see are too small, it's really hard to tell just by stats alone. Because let's say someone has a 3% win rate in like 30 games or loses, let's say, about 460 LP over 20 games. The issue is that a single win could drastically change the stats for these in the game like us, where it is a MOBA battle royale. If you win one game, you can dramatically change your stats because you can get like 200 points or 300 points on just one game. So it is really hard to judge like trolling based on stats alone. And if we manually review stuff, it takes a long time, and mostly the damage is already done. So what we're going to do about this is that we're going to take a two-step approach to strengthen penalization on these kind of stuff. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we didn't do this before, but now just by saying you're going to draw a game will be penalized regardless of whether you actually draw. So just the intention or just the idea of saying that you will be, oh, I'm going to draw this game. Let's say you're in character select or in game, you're going to say, oh, I'm drawing this game, or I'm drawing if I don't get my character. We will now treat this as a kind of a confession, and we'll punish it if we review it. And even if it's a joke among players, if it actually gets reported, it won't be treated lightly. And yeah, we believe that this has been a blind spot in our current situation, and a major source of stress for our players as well, especially during a pick phase or when you select your character. So yeah, we're going to be much more stronger on this, and we hope that this is going to help. Also, secondly, we will be penalizing more strongly based on accumulated records too. So let's say there was a player that has a pick that has, let's say, minus 1,000 points over 50 games. What we would usually do is we would have to review all of those games manually, and then we would have to see if the player is actually trolling or not. However, this takes a ton of resources, and if the player plays normally, we can't really punish them because it's not on our grounds. But going forward, if the record is clear and we believe that we can judge it upon stats alone, we will skip the manual review, and yeah, we will try and penalize it more sooner. We won't punish just for using a specific pick or a normal pick, but if someone constantly loses points with one pick and gains points with another, and it's very clear that it's obvious abuse, we will be more stricter on penalizing these kinds of players. Also, we do want to say that the numbers that I just said are more of just examples. We will not disclose the actual real thresholds, because when we do, most players would just try and play around those stuff and play around the system and stop just by going a bit short. And yeah, so we will be changing the criteria every time so that we can better try and penalize the players that we would believe make a better playing experience for everyone else. And also, we still welcome feedback on what you would think would be a fair guideline. So if you have any feedback about how we do this stuff, please leave them, and yeah, we will try and put them into consideration. First-time violations will get a light penalty, but if players continue to do so, over even if they get penalized, we will make it so that we will penalize them faster and make it so that they will not do it again. The second one we do want to strongly enforce is going to be split play or splitting from the team. Usually this is the most reported type of abnormal play, but we really been kind of hesitant to take strong action because it is really hard to distinguish someone who is actually trolling or it is actually a legitimate split strategy. And as a result, sometimes when players submitted solid evidence, we believe the players would have been frustrated when no action was taken. And usually what would happen is that, like, even though these kind of reports are settled in, we would have to check them. And if we believe that it is on like a kind of a thin line, it is really hard for us to penalize them. However, by moving forward, we will be strengthening our criteria. If we believe that if a teammate continues to avoid joining up their teammate, even though the other two have joined up, and go somewhere else without communication and without any shared fault, we will no longer treat that as a strategy, and we will be likely to consider it as griefing or being a negative to the team, and we will try and penalize it. Another category we do want to talk about is negative language. And while we do try and track clear profanity and try and penalize them a lot, many players kind of avoid direct swearing and instead insult others in malicious ways. And yeah, we will now be able to try and punish more players that even though they have not used explicit swear words or try and play around the rules, we will be more stricter in punishing these players as well. But for negative language, we do want to try and make you understand that first-time chat-related penalties are usually chat bans and may not be more easily recognizable by the players. So please put that in mind. But yeah, we will try and penalize these kind of stuff more too. Yeah. Although we do want to strengthen more of these kinds of things, we do admit that there are still some types of reports that we can't easily act on. There are also stuff like, let's say, posts made on external platforms like Discord or community forums. And it is really hard for us to use these kinds of stuff as evidence because it is nearly impossible to actually verify identity on external platforms. However, we do want to ask you to send in, let's say, VODs or let's say clips that can actually directly be used as evidence if it actually contains gameplay, because that makes this much more easier for us to try and look into. Also, we do want to mention that if a replay is older than 6 months and has been deleted, it is also hard for us to deeply investigate. And stuff like IP addresses are also considered sensitive information, and we automatically delete them after a certain period too. And yeah, some users give us a very old match history or submit reports off of that. But yeah, we do want to say that please understand that it is kind of hard for us to conduct further investigations on such cases. Yeah. Okay, so this is more of a look at our report status over the months. So the number of reports peaked in September last year, and we do believe that it has been remaining at a lower stable level since then. However, the issue with this season was that the total number of penalties issued this season has stayed roughly the same as last season. And we believe that this is likely one of the reasons why many players do feel frustrated. We did previously try and scale up enforcement through outsourcing, but due to liability concerns, our external partners did have to kind of take a conservative approach to penalizing players. So starting in June, we've shifted to handling more of the stuff internally and yeah, trying to overhaul our system as well. So as the stuff that we talked about, we're strengthening, we have trying to make more rules that we will be able to enforce and try and give a better experience for everyone as well. So we will be trying to be penalizing people more proactively, and we will also be revising our guidelines as well. So yeah, we do want to build a kind of a more reliable and trustworthy system. So yeah, we hope that we're really sorry that it wasn't that good up upon this time, but yeah, we will try and do better. And yeah, we do have some positive signs as well. As we moved into more internal stuff as of June, we do have a higher number of daily penalties. And yeah, we will keep working hard to reinforce the perception that if you play unfairly, you will be penalized. And yeah, this is more of a different approach to penalizing more players. We are still actively developing phone number verification, and we will be pushing it out as a beta for Season 9 as well, starting with ranked matches on the Asia server. The issue that we can't push this out over all servers immediately is because the issue is that the cost per verification is actually kind of higher than expected. And it was kind of hard to implement these kind of systems overseas due to it is much more complicated due to us needing to comply with various local data privacy laws. So yeah, we're kind of working on stuff that we will be able to implement these things over all of our servers. But yeah, we will be starting with Asia server, but if we show good results, we hopefully we can push it out onto other servers in the future. So yeah, we'll start with the area where we can and gradually expand our coverage. We will also be officially adding a clause to the terms of service prohibiting the use of Smurf accounts, which are secondary accounts used to kind of negatively impact other players' experience. And yeah, as part of this change, we will be able to penalize actions more clearly on these kinds of Smurf accounts as well. So if you mention or brag about using a Smurf account in chat, we will look into it and penalize it too. So if you see any of these kinds of stuff floating around, please report them through our ticket system on our official webpage, and we will be able to act more quickly. So yeah, I know that it is not the best part of our system as of now, and we know that a lot of our overseas players are kind of dissatisfied with how we do our penalties. But yeah, we are really sorry about that. But with the next season, we hope that we will be able to act much more faster with our strengthened enforcements. And yeah, we will try hard next season to provide you a better experience than the previous one. We will continue to work hard to make Lumia Island a much more cleaner place. And yeah, it's a slow journey, but yeah, we'll get there. Okay, now that we talked more about the glaring issues, we'll continue with a recap of Season 7, on a bit of a more higher note. Okay, yeah, Season 7 kicked off with the Academy theme, which we hope everyone graduated with joy and safely from Lumia Academy. It was kind of our very first pass with a uniform concept, and we were really happy to see that how everyone really loved it. Yeah, we had people really happy with the charismatic Drill Sergeant Katya and Lara, Theodore, and Estelle. And yeah, we were really happy about the reception that we gained from these kinds of uniform concepts. And we hope that we can bring you more concepts that excite you in the future seasons as well. We also brought 2 new characters this season, with the first one being Ishtaban, which was a former Aglia researcher. And yeah, people joke that physics is all about strength, and with the skill set that we currently have, Ishtaban, we might really agree that Ishtaban might indeed qualify as a strength physicist. And yeah, our next character that was released this season was Nia, which was actually the superstar of the season. We mentioned in our last live stream that Hisui was historically the most popular character, but we were really happy that Nia shattered that record in just 1 season. She's the only test subject whose official YouTube videos surpassed the views of the infamous Charlotte's Healing song. And yeah, we were really happy that we got such a good reception for our new character. And yeah, we hope that the familiar use of our the familiar love for games and all of our gamer-friendly memes that come out of her really brought a good, strong sense of relativity to our players too. So yeah, we're really happy with the addition of these 2 new characters, and we hope that we can bring more characters in our future season too. We also saw the addition of 2 new additional token skins as well. We were really happy with both of the token skins in this season too. The first one up was the Grim Reaper Luke, which was the first male token skin in quite some time. And yeah, we really poured our hearts and souls into creating it, and we were really happy that the community response was really positive. And yeah, but we were kind of sad because we did really had high hopes because the community response was so good. But yeah, it was kind of sad to see that we've noticed that explosive community reactions didn't always translate directly into sales data. And yeah, we believe that we learned a lot from the skin as well, and observing this data will kind of look at what our players would prefer more, and we will want to give you the best experience that we will want to give to our players too. The next skin, which was After School Debbie Marlene, actually really received a record-breaking response too, because even though it was only obtainable through tokens, we were really happy to see that nearly 1/5 of players who logged in on the release date acquired it, which is actually an insane number. And yeah, we were really genuinely astonished by these numbers, and we would want to thank you all again for all of the good attention and all of the positive reception. And yeah, we also hid a small Easter egg in the skin, which was Debbie and Marlene's Instagram accounts, which briefly appear in the victory animation. And we were really surprised to see that the community uncovered these accounts in just mere hours. And I guess it's just pushed to show how much our players have the power of observation. So yeah, we were really thrilled to see both of these skins being added. We really poured our hearts and souls into these skins, and we were really happy that all of our players really enjoyed them. Okay, this is also a very good positive reception that we gained. So during season 7, we shared something that was we believe that it gave a lot more joy than we expected to, which was the April Fool's Day releases. So for the April Fool's Day release, we celebrated the release of Rewind Martina. And we were really happy to see that while Martina's pick rate wasn't particularly high before the release, after the skin launched, her pick rate soared more than 7-fold, which is actually insane. And even now, after the release, the number of players choosing Martina has remained over 40% higher, which is an insane number. So it was a really powerful reminder to us to show just how much of an impact a great skin can have. And but the star of the show for April Fool's Day was actually another small sneak peek that we did was the What If skins, and that was the April Fool's Lumi to be exact. And honestly, this one was a total accident, I would say. We were really surprised to see that the Lumi got such of an overwhelming response. And and after receiving such good reception, we just had to look into ways on trying to how to make it real. And we do want to bring it to Lumia Island, but we are going to be completely honest. It is all on the drawing board, and it's probably going to take years for April Fool's Lumi to come to Lumia Island. But we've heard all of your good feedback, and we will try to see. We will make it so that we will be able to see this version of Lumi coming to Lumia Island, even if it takes years. So thank you for all of the good reception that you gave us for our April Fool's Day release, and we hope that we can give you more fun events like this in the future too. The season also brought several reworks and improvements to some test subjects. And the first one up was the rework to Leon, which received a very significant change that allowed them to use duck dive even without a pool, which in exchange, we increased the startup delay. And we believe that at first, many Leon players expressed kind of a disappointment at the increased delay. But we believe in the end, this change gave Leon a lot more creative freedom in his gameplay. And even with the stats, we've seen that his pick rate has nearly doubled after rework. So it was a really great experience for us as well. And we believe that it brings us to the idea of reworks should try and aim to increase player freedom while still kind of offering counterplay to their opponents as well. And the next one up was Yuki, which can finally vault over walls. And we do understand that it was kind of painful to lose the disarm mechanic, but the creative plays unlocked just by being able to wall jump, we believe it's made up for a big way. And although already being one of the game's most popular characters, we didn't believe his pick rate spiked really dramatically. But we do believe that just removing that infamous wall bump issue that Yuki previously had would have seen as a big relief to a lot of the longtime Yuki mains too. So we hope that a lot of the new players would enjoy Yuki as well, as long as the Yuki mains would enjoy him as too. Okay, the third one up was Alex's rework, which actually turned out to be one of the most successful and well-received updates for the previous season, which almost had no negative feedback. So what we did was we removed the burden. We removed the burden of crafting multiple weapons and just let him naturally get them instead as Alex crafted their weapon. As Alex crafted their saved plan, which greatly improved his quality of life. And we saw a big increase in Alex's pick rate in ranked games. So we believe that we were able to keep Alex's charm while also removing the need to memorize stuff that are not really considered as fun, while still keeping his high mechanical mastery, which really resonates with our skilled players. So we were really happy with Alex's rework, and we hope that we will be able to bring more reworks in the future like this one as well. We also made some changes to the sniper weapon skills, and we believe that the previous mechanic of immediately providing vision had a bit too much value. So currently we have scaled it back to a more reasonable level while still giving it a vision when the sniper skill shoots out projectiles. And currently we do believe it is at a level where it is fair. So yeah, we hope that players will accept this change and yeah, we'll enjoy playing, continue to enjoy using this skill as well. Okay, now this one was kind of a hot topic of Season 7 when, if you remember, if you're in the early parts of Season 7, which would be undoubtedly be the elimination prevention system. And yeah, it was also one of the internally more debated features as well, from the initial planning stages to implementation and adjustments. So what happened was that originally the system was active until night 2, and later we have shortened it to night 1 after some back and forth and some feedback. And that change alone also sparked a lot of division among our players as well. So when we made this change to night 1, we did have two major perspectives. Some said that the addition of the elimination prevention system to night 2 really reduced the tension of the game, and they really connected it to the season's sluggishness, which led to a lot of teams surviving with the addition of the system. And others kind of criticized the rollback after we made the change, after we rolled it back to night 1, because people were really saying that it was a great system that eased the stress of early eliminations, so why reduce it now? And there were a lot of contrasting views on on the system, and we really shown just how much attention and emotion this topic has drawn. And we have really put a lot of more thought into how we would need to implement this system in the future, and how we would learn from the mistakes that we've learned from implementing it this season as well. So we do want to talk more about the elimination prevention system in the upcoming segment, we will be breaking down more of the issues that we had in Season 7, and we would want to share our more honest thoughts on the system, and we would also want to share the actual data upon it as well. We will get into it in just a bit after we finish the recap. Okay, Season 7 also brought major changes and new kind of experimental changes to the UI as well. Some of these changes were well received. For example, the way we used new visuals to clearly explain how our kind of reviving rules worked, which changed with each phase. It was kind of a previously complex and confusing mechanic, and sometimes you would kind of lose thought on when this actually changed in the midst of battle. But we believe that these changes were able to help in these kinds of situations, and we believe that most of the feedback we received were mostly praises. And also the dramatic endgame background music, we believe really helped ramp up the tension in the final stages of the match too. And we believe that this was also very positively noted by many of our players as well. But the issue is that other than these changes, the UI was also the area that we took the most criticism throughout Season 7. So we also wanted to talk about this topic in the issue breakdown in the next segment too. Okay, so yeah, we will jump straight into kind of a talk about our UI changes that we did in Season 7. And we want to divide it into 3 major missteps that we made in Season 7. So the first misstep that we believe we did was that with the Season 7's UI update, we kind of scattered important information across the screen. And while we do believe that the new objective alerts added to the center were a welcome addition in itself, we did kind of remove more of the more critical pieces of information, which was the remaining team status to the right side. And we do believe that this kind of change would kind of damage the player experience in, let's say, when in a game where quick decisions are everything, kind of forcing players to split their attention across the screen ultimately proved incredibly uncomfortable. And we received a lot of sharp feedback kind of from our high-ranking players, and we do believe that this was a kind of a misjudgment on our part. The second one was this one was a kind of a big one during our season, which was the V-pad change. Now, what happened was with the overhaul of our crafting interface, we improved late game item stat displays and added better feature filters, which were all quality of life improvements. But the issue that happened was that in the process, we merged the V-pad with the crafting tab, which ended up being a bad call. And during gameplay, the V-pad needs to be accessible at a moment's notice, because in urgent situations, you would need to call in drones, you need to call in cameras, and it was just a not good change, because after the change, you would have to open up the kind of a bulky crafting interface to just kind of get these items. And the interface just completely covering the screen, we believe, was kind of a frustrating experience for most of our players. And while we did make some adjustments so that players could get the previous experience, we do believe that we should have avoided this in the first place. So yeah, this was also a mishap from our part. And also, we had some new QoL features that ended up doing the whole opposite of what we originally wanted to do. So one of the big changes that we made was the skill range indicator option that we added with the season, and we made it based on feedback and hope that it would help players kind of choose on their preference. But the issue is that we failed to support character-specific settings, and the players would have to reset the option every time they switch characters based on how the option worked, which turned into a big hassle rather than being a very helpful feature. And yeah, this one is honestly kind of embarrassing for our part. And yeah, we were really sad that we overlooked such an important detail. And while we did make some adjustments that also kind of alleviated the issue, we believe that the damage has already been done for this part too. So we did kind of address these issues with the additional patches, but we do believe that this has done a lot of damage to kind of the first impressions that we did for Season 7. And yeah, we believe that first impressions are something that we are not able to change. So with the lessons that we got from this one, hopefully we will be able to make a better season next season. And also, even without the UI missteps, we have a lot of the issues that we had during Season 7 too, which we will cover on our next segment too. Okay, so now that we talked about more of the negative changes that happened during Season 7, we do want to talk about a more of a positive change that happened on Season 7. The Research Center opening actually brought a big impact on Season 7's gameplay, because once the Research Center was opened, a lot of the player movement paths shifted significantly, and utilizing the VLS became much more practical as well. Mid-game movement through central areas became much more active, and we believe that this reduced a lot of the previously frustrating bottlenecks where survivors would all just gather up into one region. So we believe that this was a notable improvement over the last season, and yeah, we were kind of happy with this one. There was a big kind of issue earlier in the season, which was the securing the inner position kind of gave a big advantage during Wickline fights. So based on the players' feedback, we decided to move up the timing of the Research Center's closure to balance things out. So yeah, we believe that although there were some issues earlier ahead, overall this change was kind of positive. So we hope that the changes we made in Season 8 will also bring a same kind of feel too. Okay, yeah, and in Season 8 we will also be introducing more further map updates, which we hope will break up stagnant gameplay patterns and yeah, open up kind of new fresh strategies that players can do on Lumia Island. So please look forward to this as well when we introduce more of the changes for Season 8. Some more improvements that we introduced during Season 7 was the mushrooms and the hunter's pot. And yeah, we are kind of on a long-running effort to make crafting much more approachable, and our approach has finally reached the cooking session in Season 7. So what we did is that we introduced mushrooms as a new cooking ingredient. And now when you're near a campfire, you're almost guaranteed to find at least one of the 3 collectible food, which is like potatoes, fish, or mushrooms. So like now that you're almost guaranteed to find at least one of these 3, it really solidifies the idea that when you find a campfire, it means guaranteed food. So yeah. The Hunter's Pot, which acted as a portable campfire, also gave a special kind of experience. And also, when it is placed near a campfire, it also lets the whole team enjoy perpetual stew, giving it kind of a semi-objective kind of utility item feeling too. And yeah, you would kind of experience a teammate kind of drop the pot in the wrong spot near a campfire, which is kind of painful. But we do believe that it is a kind of a funny moment in Lumia Island. So yeah, it is laughs all around. There were some feedback expressing concern that the addition of the Hunter's Pot kind of dulls the uniqueness of cooking-focused characters. And while it is true that items like the pot slightly blur the power of these skills, we do want to say that we do not want to kind of make cooking offered as like an overwhelming advantage to specific characters, because if this happens, we would kind of need to intentionally weaken all of their other abilities as well to keep them balanced. So we do kind of want to move away from kind of a warped design of certain characters, focus too much upon a certain mechanic, and make it define a character too much. So we hope that you understand kind of our thought process in making this change in this sense. I know it's still kind of disappointing for some of our players playing certain characters, but yeah, we do want to give a kind of an idea about what we're thinking when we make these kind of changes. Yeah, so with the change to cooking in Season 7, one of our long-term goals is to gradually reduce the overall burden and kind of the hard parts of crafting so that more players can kind of focus on combat and strategy too. So just like we've done with Vision and Traps, we believe that cooking is now on the part of that same broader direction, and hopefully we can continue to improve it upon future seasons too. So while cooking specialist characters will still enjoy a relative edge compared to other characters, we do not want to make it a dominant mechanic that creates an absolute power gap. So we hope that you understand these kind of thought processes. And yeah, we'll see how we would need to change it in future. Okay, that being said, let's move on to our next change that happened in Season 7. So in Season 7, our beloved Lumi got kind of a clever little upgrade. We've introduced the Lumi exchange feature, which we believe that a lot of our players kind of have moments where they didn't know what to do with leftover materials such as meteorites or force cores, or they kind of have unused legendary gear because they have switched to a mythic. And now with the addition of the new exchange system, you'll be able to recycle these excess resources all the way to the end of the match, making every item count. It wasn't a big part that changed gameplay a lot, but we do believe that it was kind of a welcome addition, a kind of a small change that you would appreciate if you ever get to use it. But another big change that was actually, this one was kind of big, that actually shifted the whole gameplay stuff, was the changes to the mythic rates, which made items selectable instead of being random. Because it usually felt very disheartening when you opened one of these game-deciding late-game crates, only to get like a kind of a piece of equipment that is completely unrelated to your whole team's build, and you kind of have to just carry it around. But now with the addition of the Mythic Selector, you will now be able to choose the gear you need, which dramatically boosted the value of red boxes during critical moments. So yeah, we believe that these ones are stuff that kind of brought meaningful updates to Season 7 and kind of expanded strategic options to the mid to late game. And yeah, we hope that we'll be able to add future updates that kind of improve the gameplay experience overall and make your ability to make your true skill more shine in the game. Now that we talked more about the features, we also wanted to share more of the quality of life stuff that we did throughout the season, which was, let's see, there were quite a lot of quality of life improvements that we did over the season. The first one being we've added character roles so that people, so that new players would kind of more easily identify which character kind of has which role and kind of choose which character they would want to play. We also made Hyperloop improvements to gray out previously visited areas so that new players wouldn't visit the same one once again. And we even made it so that you will be able to quickly select your next destination if it is in your saved plan. So yeah, we would kind of wanted to make it, we would make the changes to design more to easily approach your saved plan. We also made a change to the inventory priority setting, which was more focused on our veteran players to select which prio for which order for their food or cameras will be used, so that it would make it more easier for our players to kind of organize their inventory. We also made it so that the current game mode is now also displayed on your character select screen so that you would be more easily to identify when you've actually queued up to the wrong mode. Okay, this one was actually a big quality of life change, which was the teammates restricted zone explosion timer now being visible to all, your teammates restricted zone explosion timer being visible to your teammates. So now that you will be able to see your teammates' timers, you will no longer be stuck in situations where you would VLS over red zones and look at your teammate explode just because you didn't know how much timer they have left. So yeah, it is a really welcoming addition to our game as well. Lastly, we also made changes to our spectator tools for esports broadcasts. We've kind of introduced features like equipment grade indicators so that you can see which characters has which kind of rarity of items, so that you can quickly look at them and see their power level. And we also added live scoring for tournament modes as well, so you can easily know how much points that the team is going to gain off of this game when they're going for their tournament win. So we believe that this brought a more thrilling and viewer-friendly experience overall for our esports fans, and we hope that we can bring more spectator improvements like this as we go on too. So yeah. Quality of life features that are always something that we're looking into to add, and we hope that we will be able to make your gameplay experience more comfortable and enjoyable. So please stay tuned for all of the updates that we're going to bring on this season too. Okay, now we also made some gameplay improvements that are critical to the combat details as well, which we believe that made the gameplay feel more smoother and satisfying to play. The first one that was kind of big, we introduced the adjustments to the enhanced basic attacks, which we believe improved the overall responsiveness and brought consistency to how hit detection works. Yeah, we believe that this positively impacted the gameplay overall. Esto and Darko were exceptions in this update because their enhanced basic attacks didn't really have proper detection, but we hope that we will be able to plan them and add them in the future too. We also kind of introduced the distinctions for skill visuals between teammates and enemies. And this is kind of a long-term project that we currently have, and we will be applying it to each character gradually as we move on with updates. It was kind of ironic because our newest character, Nia, didn't get this update at launch because the issue was that each character we make takes a pipeline about 9 months to develop, and since Nia was still using the older system, she was pushed out that way. But since we're currently updating these distinctions we're planning to make these updates alongside new skin releases. We believe that Nia is gonna get our improvements with her first skin. We also made improvements to light post-processing so that when multiple effects overlap, they won't produce that harsh burning glow, which we believe made visuals more readable. We also added execution markers for when a target is eligible for execution, which made a bit more visible on when to use your skills too. We also removed Dr. Wickline's unpredictable dash that surprised many players and also kind of brought frustration in the heat of battle. And yeah, this one has finally been removed, and we believe that it has made her more fair and consistent. And this was also the case for attack hitboxes for boars and bears as well, which we also made changes to their hitboxes too. We've also made changes to some of the systems that were currently existing. We have made it changes so that we could kind of evolve them to more be suitable in the Eternal Return experience. We made it so that secret labs, which were somewhat underwhelming back in Season 6, now provides reliable rewards and feel more worth contesting with the addition of a confirmed kiosk with every lab. We also made it so that the crafting time was much more faster, which is, I believe that if you went back before we made this change, you would probably feel that it is so slow and probably wonder, how did we even deal with this? And yeah, we believe that this one was a big change that we implemented as well. So yeah, we believe that we made it a lot of quality of life changes. We made a lot of gameplay improvements as well to the season. And we will continue to make it so that we would make your gameplay much more smoother and make Eternal Return more satisfying to play. The mid-season update for Season 7 was the reboot of Cobalt Protocol. And we do believe that the reboot has kind of achieved our core goal of transitioning toward a more light game mode. But we also had a lot of clear feedback from those who loved the original Cobalt Protocol for strategic depth as well. And we do agree that something was kind of lost. Some kind of magic was kind of lost in this change. And we will be talking more about Cobalt Protocol on the Season 7 deep dive as well. So please stay tuned. Okay, now I said stay tuned, but with that being said, that was all of the changes that we made over Season 7, and we will kind of want to talk more about the issues that we had with the changes that we made during Season 7 too. So we'll be talking more about analyzing what fell short in Season 7. And we do believe that us talking about these kind of issues, and we clearly us kind of admitting the issues that we made and talking about what we learned from these kind of changes will make us try and reach a better experience in our future seasons. Okay, so the first key issue that happened and the most hot topic that happened in Season 7 was the elimination prevention system, which was, honestly, we do want to say that when we first introduced the system, we saw significant improvements in metrics among new players. We saw their time spent in game, the number of match played, or especially the day one retention rate, which is the next day return rate. Metrics that we usually struggled to raise even after reworking the tutorial or through other efforts. Really saw notable increases after we made this change initially at the start of Season 7. And yeah, this was very encouraging for us at the start. But the issue was that even though we gained a lot of these kind of stuff, the cost was really far greater than we expected. Because after the addition of the elimination prevention, the overall population density after day 3 or later in the match really exceeded our projections, leading to many players being exposed more frequently to ABC scenarios or otherwise third-party scenarios. And we saw a lot of surge in complaints about this. And even in your pre-submitted questions, it really reflected the growing concern about these kind of situations. And losing repeatedly just because you were third-partied by an ABC situation, we believe it really breaks the game flow and the kind of experience that you have. And when this really becomes frequent over time, over games, we believe that it actually harms the fun of playing the game overall. And that was a very big flag for us. And basically, we decided to roll back the system later in the season. But we do believe that this isn't really a clash between new players and veterans, because we do believe that when veteran players also have frustrating experience, it reduces positive word of mouth, and that eventually leads to fewer new players joining too. And even if new players get kind of a small better experience out of this, we believe that this one, the impact that the bad word of mouth can give is also very big. And Also, with new players also gaining more experience and kind of understanding the issues that the game really has, and they end up facing the exact same problems, they're also going to think negatively about the game as well. So in the end, if we would have kept it as it is, we believe that everyone would have suffered rather than just being a new player versus veteran scenario. So we believe that maintaining a game that is kind of challenging to learn but fun is more better than one that is easy to learn but boring. So yeah, we believe that we learned from some of the issues that happened with this one as well. We also want to show you some of the metrics that we got during when we've first initially put in the system. So what we learned from these kind of data is that there is a very critical concept for us that we would need to balance throughout maintaining the ecosystem of Lumia Island, which is the optimal player density. So what you would see here compared to Season 6 and the rate as which players were eliminated in Season 7, it really slowed noticeably with the addition of elimination prevention. And after the elimination prevention was added, most of the I'm sorry, my throat is dying already. Okay, I'm sorry. So as you can see, the elimination rate really slowed noticeably, and this trend held true across both normal and ranked games. And one of the graphs that we really think which is particularly important, is the third graph, because it really showed how in normal matches in early Season 7, so when elimination prevention was applied up to day 2, the survival curve was almost as identical to ranked matches in Season 6. So we believe that when we see this kind of data, without elimination prevention, we believe that normal matches kind of felt too empty and satisfying in the late game when we didn't have elimination prevention. But the issue is that when we would put this in ranked matches as well, the late game population density becomes too high, and it makes the games too much oversaturated with players. So there is a big difference between what happens in normal games and ranked games. And the takeaway that we get from all of these data that we gathered is that the main goal that we have to set in balancing out these kind of stuff is that we have to strike the right player density in each phase of Lumia Island. And this is probably going to be one of the most important factors that we'll kind of put in mind when we're ensuring Eternal Return stays engaging and fun. So yeah, it left us with several hard but important lessons. It reminded us that so with the data going up after we first put it in, we believe that for newer players, a first-hand combat experience is really crucial so when players are settling into Eternal Return. And we would want to try and do more of this as we support further content like the Cobalt Protocol reboot or the upcoming solo mode, which is Lone Wolf in Season 8. We believe that both of these modes are designed to offer more accessible and engaging combat experiences. So we hope that this is also going to be helpful for our new players too. And yeah, in a battle royale setting, third-party situations can never fully be eliminated, but we did learn that once again, when AVC encounters become too frequent, third parties become too frequent, no amount of good content or balance can make up for the frustration it causes. And yeah, so looking back, almost all of the well-received changes that we made, like let's say temporary safe zones, the previous battlegrounds, or objective distribution, the stuff that we kind of made that ultimately helped reduce the impact of third-party situations are the changes that we believe are most well-received. So this is something that we need to focus more on. And it is really hard because we won't be able to address the challenge of optimal player density just by changing the elimination prevention system alone. We also have more questions or more kind of maybe future solutions that we can do in the future. So let's say, what if Lumia Island has just been a bit larger? There's more space to play around. Or what if we had more tools to naturally reduce player count in the mid to late game? Or let's say, what if the number of restricted zones could scale more dynamically with the remaining players in the lobby? So we believe that these questions and kind of ideas that we gotten from our previous mistakes have actively shaped the upcoming features in Season 8 and the seasons beyond. So yeah, we would believe that we will try and look into more of the solutions that we have here. Also, looking further ahead, we've also been exploring the possibility of splitting game rules between ranked games and normal matches as well. We do believe that even currently, these two modes already play a lot differently from each other, and we believe that applying different versions of the elimination prevention might actually help maintain kind of a similar density throughout the game so that it doesn't give too much of a different experience too. So this one is something that we're currently looking into and hope that we will be able to introduce as a more refined system in the future. So yeah, we will be able to share that more upon that idea as we move on into our long-term roadmap later on in the stream. Yep. Okay, now that's more of our talk about the elimination prevention system. We do want to talk more about how we approach our UI as well, since we had most of our missteps on the UI part too. So what happens when we usually plan features like the UI is that we often ask ourselves, what if we were building this game from scratch today? Because the issue is that over time, as a game like us, which is a live service game, evolve, rules and systems inevitably kind of become tangled, and they kind of become a lot of a popular term. It becomes like spaghetti as we move on into our later seasons and as we service throughout the years. So we periodically try and revisit the game from a fresh perspective and try and reorganize information and group things more logically. And we believe that internally this helps with optimization and kind of makes the game easier for new players to learn when they come into the game. However, the issue was that we were focused on this too much, that we've made a very serious mistake in making these changes. The first one is that we focused too much on logical consistency, that we completely overlooked that the intuitive flow of play that all of our players have grown used to over 100 of games are very important to the players themselves. So as we said, the change that we made for when we changed where the remaining teams are shown on the screen, when we change this really hurts the intuitive flow of play that you all grown used to. We believe that we shouldn't be kind of playing with these kinds of stuffs. So the other changes that we kind of made, so let's say the reflex to kind of press the B pad in a pinch, these are all part of a kind of learned, comfortable rhythm that our players already have, and we did not respect that when we were making these changes. So we deeply apologize for the inconvenience and frustration that these things have kind of caused, and we hope that when we add new features in each season, we will try and prioritize preserving the familiar flow of your gameplay experience while also making UI reorganizations in time, as long as they do not kind of damage this kind of flow. Also, we mentioned the issue of the Cobalt Protocol reboot that happened during the mid-season update. So overall, we do want to talk about the stat changes that happened after the reboot. So overall, the total matches of Cobalt played nearly tripled, and the return rate of players who enjoyed it also increased significantly as well. So if you look at the numbers, we believe that almost 27% of our player base currently enjoys Cobalt alongside the main mode. So we do believe that it is beginning to settle into its role as a more light mode that you can casually hop into between main matches. But we are fully aware and deeply sorry that this shift has kind of left our previous core Cobalt fans being disappointed. And I know that a lot of the people ask that, oh, why can't we keep the original Cobalt, or we can just leave it be and make this light version separately. But we do want to say that we didn't remove the old Cobalt because it's not because we wanted to remove the old Cobalt. It's that it's more of a difficult decision that we had to make because it's just that the original version was not sustainable in terms of our key metrics. So it was a tough choice that we had to make, but we hope that you all understand why we made the decision as it was made. So yeah, it's a sad decision, but we hope that you understand it. There were also some other questions that our players asked about Cobalt as well. So some of the questions that players asked was, can't we bring back random pick to Cobalt? And while we do agree that random picks can add variety, especially those who play Cobalt repeatedly, but we do want to bring Cobalt as a more of a light mode to kind of switch between playing Lumia Island and Cobalt. So we do believe that random picks kind of creates too much of a steep hurdle for our new players to kind of approach to. So we do want to keep the character select system as of now, but we hope that you keep sending in your feedback regarding this system too. We also got the feedback about tactical skills. Tactical skills of being changing every time, and people and our players think it's kind of inconvenient. And we agree with this, and we do think that this needs kind of improvement. So we are gonna kind of plan to expand the pool so that all tactical skills are always available. We are looking into this, and we will be making this change sometime during Season 8. So the change is coming, and really sorry that it's kind of inconvenient as of now, but yeah, we'll be making this change so that it is more accessible for our players. Also, some players asked that if this is a light mode for Eternal Return, why is it still hard? Because of the choosing infusion stuff. And while we do consider infusions kind of a core feature to Cobalt's long-term replay value, we believe that the feedback is also very valid of saying the infusions do make it kind of confusing. So we are kind of considering running a, let's say, more of a special event season where we introduce a no infusion Cobalt mode as kind of an experiment. We do think it is a fun direction that that will be able to be worth trying. But as always, your feedback is most important. So if you give us our feedback when this is implemented, we will see how we can make it much more better. Yeah. Oh, and this one is a kind of a welcome addition. I think it's something that you've all been looking forward to. We kind of moved priorities, so moved priority over certain kind of updates so that we would make the exclusion of Cobalt from daily missions and the quest book. It will be no more. We are trying to make it count towards missions and quest books now. So yeah, this is something that will be addressed during Season 8, and we believe that this is going to be a change that will make more of our players more kind of open into playing Cobalt Protocol. Okay. Another issue that we had in Season 7 was the reintroduction of Union Circuit. We believe that it wasn't able to get as much attention as Season 6 because in Season 6 we had the hype of it being a new release, and there was a very big impact of our Giga Magnus emote as well, which definitely helped. And while in Season 7 it did lack that initial buzz, we do believe that the mode's longevity has improved due to various adjustments. So in Season 8, we are going to try and clarify the role of the mode and reward structure of Union mode more clearer. And we are going to we are going to be shifting the schedule of Union matchmaking to the start of the season so that we will be able to get more immediate attention to the mode as well. So currently it is being played most as a honor and fun mode, but we want to plan to gradually increase the reward value as well, to make it a more compelling mode to play in. And we are also looking into more variable content like Cobalt Union, which is currently planned in Season 9 as well. So yeah, we are kind of experimenting on how we would want to make Union more settled into our whole gameplay flow of Eternal Return. So yeah, we hope that you're looking more forward into that in the previous seasons too. Okay, so now we want to cap it off by finishing it off of our honest reflection of an overall evaluation of the season for Season 7. I believe that the most painful truth of Season 7 was that the amount of newness was just not enough for our players for Season 7, because we do believe that with the kind of less newness upon the season, we believe that many of you felt boredom setting in earlier and more strongly in strongly earlier in the season compared to previous seasons, especially during the second half when there weren't really a lot of changes. A big issue that we had this season was the essential rollback of the elimination prevention system as well, which was a big feature that we introduced in Season 7. And with the rollback, it really lost its impact as well. So while we did have some meaningful, kind of detailed improvements, gameplay improvements, quality of life improvements during the Season 7, we do believe that we have fell short of delivering the volume of changes that our players expect. So it wasn't our toughest season still compared to Season 2. We believe that it was much better. It wasn't our worst season, but we do believe that we had some challenges throughout Season 7 too. And yeah, and on top of that, we did have to make some urgent fixes for the elimination prevention system and the UI issues. And this kind of forced us to divert development time and resources that were originally meant for Season 8. So this is the reason why we needed to extend the season by 2 full weeks. The issue that we had to divert all of the development time into fixing stuff that happened in Season 7 was kind of big. And 2 weeks kind of wouldn't seem like a big deal at first. But when you look at that as a whole, it is more of a 14% increase for the entire season. And we believe that player engagement has dipped a lot more for this season, because usually player engagement usually dips at the end of the season, but it would be more impactful in this season too. So it is a very big, tough stretch for both us and much of our players, and we're really sorry about this and hope that we wouldn't replicate it in Season 8. And also our mid-season update, which was the Cobalt Protocol reboot. We do believe that this was a positive and a change that brought fresh energy to the game, but we do recognize that for players who don't really enjoy Cobalt, it probably felt like nothing new was added to Lumia Island. So it was just a kind of an empty season overall. So with all of these being said, in Season 8, I know that a lot of our players are very hyped for Season 8, because I know people are saying that, oh, Season 8 is going to be the big one. There's lots of changes, and it's going to be big changes in Season 8. So our top priorities for Season 8 is that for this season, we really want to deliver a solid amount of fresh content and features for everyone to enjoy to make up for the lack of newness for Season 7. And we also want to reduce the critical issues early in the season that happens. So we want to give you a good, fun, and an engaging experience from start to finish, rather than giving you a unfinished experience at the start. So yeah, we're treating Season 7's shortcomings as a learning opportunity and a mirror, and we're putting everything we've got into making Season 8 a much stronger and more exciting season for all of you. So thank you all for playing Season 7, and yeah, we hope that the changes that we're going to bring in Season 8 is going to give you a much more different level of fun when we get into the new season. And with that being said, we will be going into the changes for Season 8, and since my throat is dying, Raven 1 is going to be taking over for a bit and explaining some of the cool changes that are going to be made in Season 8 with his cool voice.
Hello. You know what they say? Now that we're done talking about Season 7, yesterday is history, today is the present, and tomorrow is the greatest season ever. The Season 8 changes, I'll talk about them right now. I do have a bit of an issue talking about these changes because I can't pronounce some of these words. So, yeah, just a disclaimer.
Disclaimer.
All right, let's talk about Season 8's biggest change, Rift. This Rift isn't just a new objective, it's a completely new type of content that merges and evolves the existing VLS, Secret Lab, and Battle Zone into one. The story begins like this. Aglaya was conducting a new experiment. A VF energy surge caused space-time distortions to appear all over Lumia Island. These are the Rifts. At first, they were just troublesome occurrences, but Aglaya soon realized they were actually open gates to the other dimensions and began actively using them in experiments. In fact, if a player played Moonrabbit during their Eternal Return collab update, our test subjects actually meet the other characters through the Rift. Starting in Season 8, you'll encounter two types, the Dimensional Rift and Warp. First, dimensional rifts are special battle zones that only 2 teams can enter, ensuring there are no third parties. The rifts that open on day 2 allow you to revive even after losing, so you can try entering them without pressure. But starting from day 3, players may be terminated, making the outcome much more intense. But when entering, any dead teammates will be revived as well, giving you a chance to fight at full strength. The second type, Warp, is a new strategic movement feature. If you stand on top of the unstable rift for a moment, you'll be launched high into the sky and can fly across the map, just like using a VLS. You can reach the opposite side of the map in one go, dramatically expanding your movement options and strats. To summarize, the Rift system is a core feature of Season 8 that unifies several previous systems while introducing the thrill of a fair 2-team combat and improved map mobility. Depending on how you use the Rifts, the entire flow of the game can change. Now, you can think of Dimensional Rift as a challenge for a duel. When you enter one, your team and a single opposing team are transported into a separate space called the Combat Lab, where a fair and square 3v3 showdown takes place. Meow. The winning team can teleport out after, letting them choose to return to their original location or nearby zones. The role and rewards of Dimensional Rift vary depending on the phase of the match. In the early game, during the opening phase, Dimensional Rifts mainly serve as a team repositioning tool. The winning team regroups near their original area, while the losing team is granted a termination prevention or elimination prevention, allowing them to restart from a location of their choice. As the game enters the mid-phase, the purpose of the Rift changes. It becomes a comeback opportunity for teams that have fallen behind. Upon entering the Rift, all fallen teammates are instantly revived for free, letting your team fight at full strength. Winning the battle grants you valuable rewards, which can instantly boost your team's overall power as well. Unlike other features so far added into Eternal Return, which often were objectives around the map and were affected by the Battle Royale aspect, Dimensional Rift is a unique feature that gives players a break from the chaotic battle on the island. Players will be able to fight a fair 3v3 with the feature, with a large reward for the winners. Now, we mentioned that the Dimensional Rift is a fair 3v3 battle zone, and Combat Lab is where the battle will unfold. When your team enters the Combat Lab, the fight doesn't start right away. Each team is placed on its own staging zone for a brief moment, giving you time to regroup, finalize your strategy, and prepare for the fight ahead. To enter the central combat area, both teams must either activate the door consoles or wait for a short timer after one side activates it first. When the door opens and you move to the center, a variety of objects await you. There's the shield pack and cube of life, which can give your team a powerful edge during the fight. How you use these objects will be a key factor in deciding the outcome. Once the middle part opens, both teams will fight out until the other side is fully terminated. You'll receive a special reward from Aglaya called, well, Aglaya's Gift. This is a selectable reward box where you get to choose what's inside. Naturally, the further into the game you are, the bigger the rewards become due to higher risk. During the day 2 phase, where reviving is still possible, you'll be rewarded with one guaranteed core material, Tree of Life, Meteorite, or Mithril, along with a few bonus items as a light incentive for your effort. Good job! The rewards become a lot higher on day 3. From this point on, losing results in termination, so teams are risking the entire game on the line. But the rewards make it worth the risk. If you win, you can obtain force cores or even VF blood samples, and even rare consumables like Tear of Selene and Holy Water. Of course, one wrong step and it's game over, so choose wisely. So far, we talked about the Dimensional Rift, so now let's talk about warps. Warps mainly appear on the outer edge of the map, and unlike Dimensional Rifts, they only spawn at night. On the minimap, they look like swirling vortexes. If you stand on an unstable energy field for just a moment, your character is launched high into the sky, arriving above the lab, and from there, you can fly in any direction, just like riding a VLS. Here's the important part. Because warps are made of volatile VF energy, they're treated as a type of rift. So even if you pass over restricted zones, your timer won't tick down, unlike VLS. Ever since we introduced VLS, we've heard feedback that there hasn't been really a fast way to cross the map from one end to the other. Warps are one solution to that problem. Now your entire team can ride the warp together and execute surprise maneuvers by instantly traversing to the sorry, my pronunciation is not the best. Traversing to the opposite side of the battlefield. Okay, let me get some water.
Water during talking. That's cheating.
The rift system also plays a key role in shaping the flow of the game. Aside from the dimensional rift, which allows revives, most rifts appear primarily during the mid-game, when there are still many survivors alive and the map still feels crowded. These mid-game rifts help elevate population density and create more breathing room across the island. And since rifts only appear during the day and warps appear at night, you won't encounter both at the same time. Truthfully, the rift system reflects a long-standing design challenge we've been working to solve. Much of the core fun of Eternal Return is attached with the unpredictability unique to the Battle Royale genre of constant tension and pressure. But at the same time, we know that in key moments, a lot of the teams want a fair fight, a clean, skill-based 3v3 without any outside interference. That's exactly why the ending final zone was so well received by our players. Striking a balance between these two types of fun, the chaotic survival and the fair combat, has always been our greatest challenge. Rifts are our answer to that challenge. We received a lot of feedback that battles between two teams are fun, but once a third party shows up, it gets frustrating. So, we designed rifts to create these guaranteed 3v3 fights at natural points throughout the match, paired with reasonable rewards, all without breaking the flow of the battle. With the rift system layered on top of the existing structure of opening, mid, and endgame phases, we're confident that survival experience on Lumia Island will feel more dynamic and better paced than ever before. Our efforts to create a fair 3v3 combat experience continues with the Chronosphere, as the final showdown at each match is also getting a major update. Previously, the last zone was a small square area, and winning often came down to who could claim the best spot first. Starting in Season 8, that all changes with the addition of Aglaya's high-tech device, the Chronosphere, which appears in the final safe zone and completely changes the endgame. The Chronosphere creates a circular safe zone and starts moving. It starts out wide, but gradually shrinks over time, reducing the total size of the safe zone. A common question we heard, does this mean the entire restricted zone system is changing? And no. The Chronosphere only activates during this final safe zone, where the last remaining team is determined. That means you can no longer rely solely on camping in a good spot to win. With the constantly shrinking and shifting safe zone, you'll need to stay moving right up to the final moment. You can expect a much more dynamic final battle with different positionings becoming possible. So, we've talked a lot of features. We talked a lot about features designed for combat, but now let's talk about something different. A graceful exit. In Season 8, the option to escape is also getting a long overdue update. We decided to redefine the role of escape as a proper exit route for teams who choose to opt out of continuing the fight. You'll no longer need to battle it out with other teams. Instead, simply purchase a rootkit at a kiosk, get your team's vote approval, and after a short cooldown, you'll board the submarine and make your escape, earning a small amount of score in the process. Rather than forcing yourself to continue through an unwinnable situation, you now have a simplified escape process to wrap up the match cleanly and move on to your next game. Now, one of the biggest questions we were asked and we asked ourselves while preparing for Season 8 was, how can we introduce more fun and diverse variables into the game? But the existing system had clear limitations. Wild animal drops relied too heavily on RNG, while credits tended to snowball in favor of already advantaged teams. And when items like traps and cameras had to be crafted, experienced players could stockpile 10 of them, while newer players struggled to craft even one. So we set out to create a system that isn't heavily influenced by luck or player experience, and lets everyone focus purely on tactical decision making. The system we planned out is named Gadget Vaults. Starting in Season 8, gadgets will no longer drop from wildlife or be crafted. Instead, every player will be able to select the gadgets they want through the Gadget Vault system. To use gadgets, you'll need a new source, Gadget Vault Energy. This energy is distributed fairly over time to all players and can also be granted by hunting mutated bear packs. Now, gadgets are no longer about which items are dropped and were hoarded. They're about how wisely you select and use them, with different decisions being available. When will you spend your energy? Which gadgets are you going to choose? And it's no longer about the quantity, but about timing, placement, and tactical decision making. You can still buy cams with your credits. Inside the gadget vault, you'll find a total of 6 gadgets. We've broadly categorized them into 2 types. Strategic gadgets, which influence the overall flow of the game, and tactical gadgets, which create immediate advantages during the combat. Let's start with strategic gadgets. These include familiar tools like Hunter's Pot, Kiosk, and Portable VLS. These gadgets shine when you're thinking about team-wide macro decisions and map control. Then we have the tactical gadgets, introducing 3 brand new orbs that offer unique advantages in skirmishes. We'll take a closer look at those in just a moment. Now, one key change to note is that the flare gun, previously a gadget, has now been reclassified as a general item, and the less popular flare gun B has been removed entirely. All of these new restricted gadgets can now be accessed through your quick slot. We've gathered all these player-driven active use tools into a clear and intuitive system, so you can make quick decisions and deploy them with ease during matches. With that, let's dive into the brand new tactical gadgets of Season 8. Orb. So what is an orb? All 3 orbs share a unique mechanic. They slowly move towards a designated point while applying special effects along the way. This is a brand new type of gadget that opens up fresh tactical possibilities. The first one is Recon Orb. This small orb travels back and forth along a set path, illuminating a cone-shaped vision area as it moves. If it encounters a blocked path, it will detour around it, and if it reaches an impassable area, it will briefly stop, then return. It's like having an extra teammate that actually helps you scout. However, keep in mind that this orb can be destroyed with basic attacks, so if you spot an enemy's surveillance module, make sure you take it out and deny them vision, and it also grants credits as well. And because this new gadget provides a consistent vision tool, we're also going to be making a small adjustment. The drones you received from Ravens will now be limited to just 1. Next up is the Safety Orb. This gadget is very unique. It creates a temporarily safe zone even inside a restricted area. As the orb travels towards its target point, it generates a 5-meter radius around where the player's timer won't tick down. On top of that, it gives a slight movement speed boost to nearby allies. This opens up completely new strategies where it's making a bold path through restricted zone or creating a momentary lifeline to survive dangerous situation. I'm personally curious to see what happens if all 3 teammates use them in a row. Once the safety module reaches its destination, it remains active just for a few seconds before disappearing. Lastly, we have the Explosion Orb. As the name suggests, this is an offensive target that explodes, obviously, 2 seconds after reaching to its target location, dealing damage to nearby enemies. But it's not about raw damage. The explosion also destroys nearby installations like camera and traps, and applies healing reduction as well. This makes it incredibly powerful during teamfights and great for breaking through enemy-controlled zones and turning the tide of a fight. Next up, it's time for some long-awaited Lumia Island construction updates. Of course, we'd love to fully expand Lumia Island someday, as Wendy mentioned previously, but that requires a serious amount of time and resources. So for now, we decided to focus on what we can do right away of adjusting specific areas that need revamps. In Season 8, we've opened up paths in various areas and made adjustments to cramped terrain to give more movement options. Think of it as adding small escape routes, the kind that helps you slip away when you find yourself stuck in a pinch, such as being sandwiched between 2 teams. Now let's take a quick look at these areas, and I have some before and after shots for you. Also, the image is explaining from a while back how we're going to move a lot of the IOU maps into TSNAs. Boom. First is Ali. We're breaking down the little wall nearby the campfire.
Whoa.
Boom. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Bozo.
Whoa.
No more wall. Breaking down. Boom. We also have the
Whoa.
police station's annoying T-shaped obstruction. Boom. Bye-bye, Bozo. That annoyed player in the final zone. This was so annoying, but now it's gone. Boom. Bye-bye, Bozo.
Whoa.
One of the most demanded and internally popular change is stream. We have opened up the death trapped area where bears spawn. Looks like we won't see as many missed blinks around this area anymore. Boom! Another long block path in stream was reworked to be opened. The separate path from temple often made it really hard to reunite with your teams. That wall, bye-bye, Bozo. Another T-shape removal is at school. Not only will this make pathing more comfortable, it will also show how vision works actually, which is more intuitive for players. Boom! We're also opening up more pathing in SEM. Not only will this make pathing more comfortable, it will also open how vision works in this area as well. Boom! Last but not least, we have warehouse. The opening nearby the campfire was so small, making movements really difficult. We are opening up the path a little bit more. With that said, this wraps up all the map changes that will be coming to Season 8. While they're not huge adjustments like a new zone, it's been a while since we made adjustments to the map itself. And we hope that players have an easier time maneuvering around Lumia Island with these changes. And when you're able to walk through these paths, just remember, thank Windy and thank Raven1.
Boom.
Next is Wickline. And I will pass the mic back to Windy while I grab some coffee for both of us.
Okay, bye-bye, Bozo.
Boom.
Okay, I will be retaining my control over the dev stream right now. Okay, now we're going to move into some more Season 8 changes. And the first one up is going to be Wickline improvements. So in Season 8, we're going to be trying switching up the more of the powerful entities on Lumia Island, which are Wickline, Alpha, and Omega. All of them are going to be ongoing major changes. And we believe that with this, battles over these objectives will be more dynamic and strategic. So let's start with Wickline, which is kind of the final boss of Eternal Return. She's not going to be a raid boss-like monster. So Wickline has been significantly enhanced to be kind of a far more threatening opponent. And now that test subjects has become too familiar with the old patterns of Wickline, Aglalia has kind of given her new abilities to try and gather more meaningful data. So she's going to have 5 new moves that she will be able to utilize against test subjects now. So the first one is going to be target lock. So if you stay within range of Wickline for more than 5 seconds, you'll become a tracked target, which will cause Wickline to relentlessly pursue you. And this lock is only removed if you create enough distance or if another player attacks Wickline. This would mean Wickline camping is no longer available, and camping near her now comes with increased risk. Now, the second one is going to be neurotoxin dispersal. So Wickline now emits a wide area gas field that applies healing reduction. And within this zone, all healing effects are heavily diminished, making it much more harder to bring her down without sustaining serious damage. Third one, triplet code, is going to be Wickline launching a 3-way syringe projectile that slow all targets hit, which means this will drastically reduce the viability of safely attacking her from long range without any thinking. Number 4 is going to be suppression, which is Wickline's dash ability, allowing her to quickly close the gap on her targets, which means this will add a new layer of aggression to her behavior in combat. Number 5 is going to be containment, which is Wickline curling up and releasing a powerful shockwave, knocking back her enemies and dealing heavy damage. So for close targets, this might be a devastating finisher that may be difficult to avoid. So with these new skills, Wickline is going to be a much more unpredictable and dangerous foe, transforming Night 4 objective fights into high-stakes, action-packed showdowns. And yeah, no more bodyguards guarding Wickline, following her, looking for the best opportunity to pounce and do a third party. That is no more, because Wickline is tired of that, and she's now out to get you. Okay, next slide. Now, I also want to give you the changes to Alpha and Omega as well. They're also going to be getting a strategic boost. So from now on, defeating Alpha and Omega is going to grant a permanent buff that lasts until the end of the game. So Alpha is going to be give 3 adaptive stats, which is either going to be attack power or amp, while Omega is going to be providing a +4 defense buff. And if a team manages to take down both Alpha and Omega, they'll gain an additional Annihilation buff, which is going to be boosting all damage dealt even further. Alpha and Omega will also not drop credits or Celine's tiers anymore, and instead these materials will be moved into the newly empowered Dr. Wickline, making her a even more sought over objective. Windy, you can turn the tides against Raven 1 if you meow now. Meow! Okay, I'm sorry. I just got access to chat now, and I can finally read it. Okay, with these changes, Alpha and Omega will now stand out with unique, lasting power-ups, which is distinct from any other objective on the map. So, as you can see, our monsters are always getting stronger. Even I'm getting stronger with this new chat feature. So, let's see how they fare against the tough subjects on Lumia Island. Next up is going to be the new combat system term, which is Break. So Break is triggered when you defeat an entire enemy team during the no-wipe period, when the elimination prevention is active. And the name signifies kind of putting a hard brake on your opponent's growth and momentum. So it can either mean making them go take a break or actually doing a car brake on their onslaught. Oh, I love these CAD emotes. They're so cute. Okay, I'm getting too excited over this. Okay, so going back to Break. So previously, even if you wiped a team during the no-wipe period, you wouldn't really get credit for a terminate or execute or elimination. But now with the Break system, your decisive plays during this window can now be clearly recognized as a good play. So in summary, from now on, during the no-wipe phase, a full team wipe will trigger Break, and after that phase ends, the usual terminate will be applied. This new terminology allows everyone to better understand who seized control of the battlefield and making the flow of combat easier to follow and be more satisfying. I can't wait to break people in game. Me too. Okay, now this one is a bit of a math stuff. So I think we mentioned this on the last step stream too. But we're going to be making changes to the cooldown reduction system, which will be introducing the skill haste system instead. And this change is kind of aimed at solving most of the frustration many of you would have likely felt when trying to fine-tune your builds. So I think the biggest question is going to be, why are we changing the system? So previously, cooldown reduction was based on a percentage system. The more cooldown reduction you stacked, the more exponentially your damage potential increased over time. So to control this runaway scaling, we had no choice but to enforce a cooldown cap. And because of this, builds became more polarized because when you take an item that has CDR, you either went full CDR to hit the cap exactly, or you just completely ignored CDR items at all, because if you don't meet the cap, it's not even worth it. There was no in-between. So this usually caused very awkward transitions in build paths. So let's say you're jumping from Imperial Crown to Persona, or you're jumping from Dropnir to Nightmare Nails. You would either be overcapping or you'd be losing out on CDR. So this kind of led to rigid and unsatisfying build options, which is kind of it wasn't a good experience for our players to have. So that is why we will be introducing the new system, which is going to be skill haste. So starting in Season 8, all of the cooldown reduction stuff will be replaced with skill haste, and the previous cooldown cap will be removed entirely. So giving a more clearer idea about how skill haste works is that skill haste increases how often you can cast skills linearly and intuitively. So for example, if you have 10% skill haste, your skills can be cast 10% more frequently over time. So this means there are no hidden caps and no kind of math gymnastics. It's more of a more straightforward performance scaling stuff. And we believe that this will be able to open more diverse and flexible build paths because you will be able to allow play your way and plan your builds more in a more different way rather than being punished for not hitting arbitrary breakpoints. Going into more benefits about why skill haste would be truly the right fit for Eternal Return, we believe it's a much more suitable system, especially given how equipment stuff works in Eternal Return, and because it evolves step by step through upgrades. So the first one is that, as I said before, build freedom is the biggest one that the skill haste system can bring. It gives more smooth progression between equipment tiers. So under the old system, moving from epic tier items to legendary tier items could cause temporary gaps or overcapping in cooldown values. But with skill haste, that kind of an awkwardness disappears with the new system. You would also have more freedom when using special materials. So let's say you have already cooldown built in, and then you have obtained a Tree of Life. So then even if you're already capped out, you might be kind of hesitant to upgrade, let's say, straitjacket sneakers to glacial shoes because you're kind of over-capping the cap. But now with no cap, you will be able to more freely build items without any penalty or losing out on stats too much. Okay, and also easier mythic item choices are a big thing that this can kind of bring too, because you might have been reluctant to switch from Nightmare Nails to Necronomicon, worrying it because it might break your cooldown setup. But with skill haste, these concerns are much less impactful, so you will be able to take more of these items freely, more upgrades freely when you are implementing them into your build. This update also enables kind of new build fantasies too, like stacking extreme cooldown reduction for rapid fire casting, even if it comes at the cost of other stats. So, just like how auto attack builds benefit more from mixing attack speed and attack power, you'll still find the optimal synergy in combining both skill amp and skill haste. But now you can either choose between which one you want to go, and we believe that the freedom is going to become much clearer. Just a sec. I just need to scroll this down. Okay, but I do think the clarity stuff is kind of an issue when we implement skill haste, because there is one downside when we introduce skill haste, which is the clarity. Because skill haste may feel less immediately intuitive when you're trying to calculate how much cooldown reduction you're actually gaining. And we believe that although this is an issue, we believe that for most players, especially in the mid and lower ranks, they're kind of really unsure about how CDR values work exactly, because you have to go into all the number stuff, the math stuff, and it is not a very approachable part of the gameplay when it comes to our more of the light players. And even now, it's very common to see players unintentionally break or go beyond the cooldown cap, even without realizing. So we do believe that it's kind of a paradoxical situation, but moving to skill haste might actually make things simpler for these kind of players. And yeah, it's not going to be much more harder for a larger portion of the player base. So yeah. I know that this is kind of a very abrupt change, and as I can see in chat, there's a lot of worry about the changes going in as well. So we do want to try in a more gradual transition. So we want to ensure this change doesn't feel too abrupt. We will be implementing it gently throughout Season 8. And we believe that initially it's going to be kind of feel similar to the current system, just with a kind of a different number situation. But just it's going to bring more flexibility instead. But over time, through careful balance updates, we will try and make it so that that the transition becomes settles in much more gradually, and we will be able to unlock even more build diversity and creativity. Hi, Wendy. Hi. Okay, now talking about the skill haste, as we can say, it's going to be opening up more ideas about which item more options of which items you want to go. And we've actually made a system that can help in this part as well. We will be introducing the item recommendation system with this too. So since players will now be able to make much more flexible use for special materials, now players could ask a new question, which is going to be, what should I craft with this material? And of course, there's the saved plan system, but the issue with the saved plan system is that it only helps with items that you have originally planned. But when you suddenly unexpectedly get something like a Metro or Force Core that maybe wasn't part of your saved plan, it's kind of hard to know what to make on the spot unless you're a seasoned player and kind of know the transitions for your character. And this isn't just a problem for new players as well, because even experienced players, when they're too used to just playing with just one build, it maybe sometimes could be confusing and could make you freeze up. So to solve this, we'll be introducing a new helper system to our players. It's going to be the dynamic item recommendation system. So when you obtain a special material that is not in your route, the system checks your character and weapon type and recommends the most popular and effective item choices used by players in similar situations through metrics. So for example, if an Axe Jockey picks up Mithril, the system will suggest one of the top performing Mithril items that other Axe Jockey players are using. So, and this will also be prioritizing gear slots, equipment slots you haven't completed yet. So it also takes the stats and skills of the items into account too. So it will guide you towards builds that maximizes the item's value. So it would make it so that you won't be overlapping item skills and be missing out on certain things too. So yeah, and also if it turns out that there's really no good use for the item on your character as of now, the system will also try and suggest passing it to a teammate to support overall team strength as well. So if you also get an item that you probably don't need, maybe you can try and maybe consider giving it to your teammate instead of just cooking it up for additional stats. It's an idea. I know it's not a popular idea, but maybe it's something we can try out. Okay, so this feature won't be available at the launch of Season 8 and will probably be added more of a mid-season update. But we do believe we'll be working on it hard, and once it arrives, and we hope it kind of reduces hesitation and makes your crafting decisions more smoother and smarter. Okay, now that being said, let's move on to the next part of the changes for Season 8. This one's kind of big for all of the Firearms enjoyers. It's going to be the removal for reloading. So up until now, reloading has kind of been part of the identity for weapon types like pistols, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. But honestly, we've gotten a lot of feedback, and we do believe that the reloading mechanic is more of a frustrating mechanic rather than giving a special kind of fun, because the clunky rhythm of basic attacks, the need to press an extra key just to reload, and just the bloated magazine-related stats, it kind of made it all kind of a meaningful mechanic as of now. So we believe that even internally, the firearm-based characters that has this reloading mechanic, it kind of makes it more complicated for us internally as well when it comes to balancing stuff and doing new stuff as well. So we made a bold decision, and we have made the decision to be removing reloading as a global game mechanic. And from now on, reloading will only exist as traits or special uniqueness for specific characters. So right as of now, when this change goes through, reloading is now exclusively going to be tied to Bernice's passive. And Bernice will be the only character that has a reloading mechanic after the update. So what is going to be happening is that Bernice, when Bernice levels his passive, so does his magazine size will also increase. So this is going to be making making reloading for Bernice a unique mechanic for his shotgun playstyle rather than becoming a system-wide constraint. So I know people will kind of add, will Bernice be the only one with reload mechanics even in the future? But we don't believe that this is going to be the case 100%, We do believe that if a future test subject is thematically and mechanically well suited for reloading, we might bring it back as a character-specific feature for that specific character. However, as this is being changed, it will not return as a staple system for an entire weapon class, even in the future. So we do believe that this change will also open up more flexibility in design. It will probably be giving more smoother gameplay and more varied builds as well. So we hope that it will overall give a much more enjoyable shooting experience across the board. Next one up is the basic attack improvements. Now, we want to share more details for our refinements that we made for basic attacks, one of the most fundamental elements of the game. So the first one, I honestly think a lot of the people have been waiting for this for specific characters. We've actually adjusted the way two-hit basic attacks are handled. So if you ever played characters like dual swords, characters with dual swords or Lee Dai Lin, and wondered why effects like lifesteal only stacked once, once despite being clearly hitting twice, you're not alone, because we also felt that this behavior wasn't that intuitive, and starting in Season 8, we will make it so that effects will now apply for each visible hit. So if you land both hits, effects like Adrenaline will now stack twice. So yeah, this change will apply to dual sword basic attacks as well as the passes Lee Dai Lin, Felix, and Razi. And dual swords have also gotten some slight motion adjustments to match this update as well. However, there is kind of a one exception, which is going to be Rio, because Rio is kind of a long-ranged character whose basic attacks always hit twice. And applying this change would heavily impact balance when this goes through. So as a result, we will be slightly changing Rio's double hit basic attack, which is now going to be a single hit attack, which has additional projectiles attached to it instead. And we will be sharing some more details of this in the character rework section. So lastly, we've also been making some changes to projectile speed for ranged basic attacks as well. So what would happen usually is, up until now, faster attack speed usually also meant faster projectile speed as well, which made it nearly impossible to dodge projectiles from high attack speed characters. And we believe that attack speed should only influence how frequently attacks occur, not their travel speed. So in Season 8, we're cutting the influence of attack speed on projectile speed by half. And eventually, we plan to remove this dependency entirely through gradual adjustments throughout the future. This one is also a kind of a big QOL improvement, QOL balance kind of improvement to a lot of characters too, which is going to be the damage to cameras and traps. So it's probably going to be aimed more at giving consistency over characters. And previously, damage to installables like cameras or traps varied by weapon type. And while the intent was to balance differences across weapon types, the rules kind of ended overly complex, and it still left room for imbalance. So it was complex, but it also didn't really help for balance as well. And this is more of a leftover from the solo mode eras, and we concluded that it's probably not needed. We no longer probably need to maintain this as of now. So starting with Season 8, we're simplifying the rules. Each basic attack hit will now deal 1 damage to installables across all weapon types. All weapons will now follow this unified rule, making interactions much more intuitive. For example, dual sword users who land both hits will deal 2 damage just as it appears, while meanwhile assault rifles, which apply additional projectiles on a single basic attack, will only deal 1 instance of valid damage. So in short, this rule will align with how each weapon's individual hit functions, but it will feel much more consistent overall. So yeah, as a result of this change, in most cases, cameras and traps will no longer be destroyed in a single basic attack. However, certain abilities that were always intended to destroy installables in 1 hit, such as Carla's fully charged passive or Estelle's dash, will continue to function as before. Another small change that we're going to do is the addition of wall hit damage. It's kind of a small improvement that we're aimed to enhance the impact of combat. So up until now, knocking enemies into walls with certain skills only cost a stun, no bonus damage, leaving it kind of underwhelming. But in Season 8, we're trying to make this more intuitive. So if you knock an enemy into a wall with skills like the weapon type Bat's Full Swing or Crossbow's Explosion Shot, or skills used by Rio, Lenny, Jan, Magnus, so on, the target will now also take bonus damage along with the stun. Slamming an enemy into a wall will now feel more rewarding, delivering both a stun and extra pain. We'll also be making some small outline improvements as well. This is more of a quality of life change regarding visual recognition. When you right-click an attack, the outline around them will now briefly appear thicker, as you can see here in the GIF we prepared. This will make it much more easier to recognize who exactly you're attacking during chaotic team fights. It's a small change, but it's a really welcome change as well. And also, this change was previously requested by our CEO, and yeah, he thought that it's so hard to see outlines, we cannot see it. So we made this small change for our CEO and hope that he will be able to drastically increase his performance now with this improvement he wanted. So yeah, we're very happy with it, and yeah, we wish all the best to the ranked endeavors of our CEO. Okay, now that being said, we will now be going into one of the most exciting parts of the season updates, which is going to be the reworks to characters. And the first one up is going to be Jackie. Now, this Season 8 rework is going to be shining on none other than one of our Eternal Return's first test subjects, Jackie. And yeah, we do want to kind of retain her signature assassin-like playstyle, but we will also be giving her new mechanics that support extended combat engagement as well. So the first one up is going to be her passive. A Bloodfest has now been completely reworked. So cooldown resets are no longer going to be part of her passive, and instead going to be tied to her E skill and ultimate. So now what's going to happen is that if Jackie scores a takedown or an assist, her E, Leaping Strike, resets, and her Massacre from her ultimate can be used again as well. You know, her swinging her Chainsaw ability from her ultimate, that's also going to be reset if she stores a takedown or an assist. And for her passive, Bleeding is no longer going to be a fixed damage source. It will now scale with skill damage and even apply on basic attacks too. And also, once Jackie lands 5 stacks of bleed or participates in a takedown, she's gonna be entering a adrenaline rush state, which is gonna give her both dealing bonus damage and restoring HP as well. So basically, these sustain effects from her old W and ultimate has been folded into her new passive, while the cooldown reset stuff has been given to other skills. Her Q has also been slightly changed to include 2 short dashes and grants lifesteal, increasing her ability to stay in the fight and slightly reposition mid-combat. W is now completely reworked since the sustains part has moved on to her passive. W is now completely reworked and will now empower her next basic attack to greatly slow the target. And we believe that this on-hit skill will really expand Jackie's item build options, while also separating her slow from her mobility, which gives players more creative flexibility when piloting Jackie. Okay, now as for E, Leaping Strike, the E will no longer slow on impact, but as we said, it's going to be gaining a cooldown reset mechanic. And also, hitting bleeding enemies with basic attacks will also reduce its cooldown as well. So it will be significantly boosting Jackie's mobility during extended fights. Her ultimate will also no longer provide bonus damage, and since that is now part of her passive, and now it will instead boost movement speed and attack speed. And plus, if she gets a kill or an assist, she will now be able to cast her R2, Massacre again, which will be giving her enabling drilling chain kills as well. And also note that dual swords will now deliver 2 basic attacks per strike, instead of providing bonus scaling as well. So this is going to open a new type of playstyle for her as well. So hopefully with these kind of updates to her kit, we will hope that Jackie will lean further into her serial killer identity while rampaging through the opponent's team and going for chain kills. And yeah, with more relentless mobility and finishing power, we hope that a lot of our players will enjoy her new reimagined playstyle in Season 8. Okay, that being said, we will be moving on to more of the smaller changes, I would say, but still impactful changes to other characters as well. So here's some changes that characters have been improved, but will also be significantly enhancing their gameplay experience too. First up is going to be Ekion, and Ekion has received a very big upgrade because now, even in his overflow state, Ekion can maintain control over his VF system, which allows him to use both Q and W during his overflow state. So while this will also be consuming his VF gauge and their power will be slightly reduced, this change will give Ekion much more tools and tactical options to be used during overflow rather than just using E and R. Also, next, Estel will also be getting a small change as well for her EW, which is Emergency Extinguish. Because usually when Estel uses EW, Emergency Extinguish, they would be helplessly taken down because they would lose their defensive effect from their shield. And we found it we thought that it would be frustrating for Estel players to lose out on these defensive stats just because they pressed EW. And now with the new change coming in Season 8, the shield's defensive effect will no longer be cancelled while casting this ability. So we believe that this will make Estel significantly tougher during key moments during combat. The third one up is one that we already mentioned, but it's going to be the central figure in the reload system overhaul, which is going to be Bernice. Now, since all of the other reload mechanics has been deleted, Bernice is now the only character who still is going to be using reloading, as it's more fits his shotgun-based design. So from now on, Bernice's basic attack will always fire 4 shotgun pellets per shot, and his passive ability will increase his magazine size as it levels up. So his identity for a powerful close-range marksman, we believe, is going to be more clearly defined over other characters. Next up is going to be Felix. Felix is kind of known as a high skill cap mastery character. And while his power ceiling is incredibly high in top tier play, players in lower tiers really struggle out to bring out his full potential, let alone really play him too. So we'll be changing Felix's passive double strike so that it no longer triggers at maximum range, but it will now be activating immediately after Felix uses a skill. This makes it so that it will be much more easier to use during chaotic fights. As a trade-off, the cooldown reduction previously granted from E, Crescent Wave, will now be removed. We understand that these changes may feel like a downgrade to really dedicated Felix mains, but we do want to hope that this update will help more players experience what makes Felix so rewarding to play. So we will see how this works out, and with a lot of feedback, we will see how we will be able to improve these changes overall. Kiara is also getting a big change because Kiara's gameplay usually very heavily relies on her ultimate, which is Plague. And usually after using Plague, she finishes off her enemies using Last Judgment. The issue with this mechanic is that failing to secure a kill with Last Judgment left her completely vulnerable because her Plague is now off, which played out extremely punishing. To ease that burden, we will be changing it so that Plague will now continue for its remaining duration, even if Last Judgment doesn't secure a kill. So even though you won't be able to cast R2 again, this will prevent Kiara from being entirely powerless even after a failed finisher. Natapon. Natapon is also getting a small change to his passive. Natapon's passive's picturesque stacks used to disappear if an enemy briefly left vision, which felt kind of unintuitive and made stacking unnecessarily difficult. Starting in Season 8, these stacks will persist even if the target leaves vision. So because after all, the subject isn't really tracked with not defense eyes, but with his camera. And we believe that although it is a small change, it's going to improve Natapon's consistency and make him easier to approach, even especially for newer players. Okay, let's move on to our next section for character updates. I'm really sorry that this part is in Korean. Stuff in development went late, so it's in Korean, but I'll try and explain it more in words. So these changes are more tied into the system updates that we mentioned earlier, like the basic attack changes and the skill haste changes. So Lenore's passive is going to be changed because the new skill haste system bears a strong resemblance to Lenore's passive, Accelerando. And to keep things intuitive and consistent, we have changed Lenore's passive. So Lenore will now only be able to gain skill haste by hitting enemies with her skills and gaining scream stacks, and not from stats on her items. So basically, Lenore will only be able to gain skill haste through her passive, and the skill haste granted will only be granted when she hits other test subjects with her skills. And additionally, once she gains over 70 skill haste via scream stacks, the excess will only apply to her ultimate skill, preventing her entire kit from becoming overwhelmingly fast. So yeah, that's basically what the tooltip means. I hope that I explained it well, and I'm really sorry for it being in Korean. I'm sorry. Okay, also, as we mentioned with the basic attack changes, Lee Dai-Lin will also be getting some small changes as well. Usually a big kind of, or a fantasy that Lee Dai-Lin players have is diving stylishly in with her Q. They would dash in stylishly with her Q, but then they will be blocked by a nearby enemy, which is kind of frustrating. But now we will be removing that frustration because starting with this season, we will be removing the unit collision part for Spirited Kick Q. And we believe that this will allow more aggressive dives into enemy backlines and flashier ultimate setups. However, we do realize that this change is kind of big and kind of change the intuitive flow that players previously have, like we mentioned previously in the UI change as well. So it may feel a lot different and could be decisive as well. But since this is a switchable change at our end, if you guys give your feedback about this change, we will try and look into it. And if it's unpopular, we're really open to reverting it as well. So we're making this change. We'll look at the feedback and we'll see how we'll go from there. Rio will also be getting some changes due to the basic effect changes. We will be changing Rio's short bow basic attacks to align with the changes. It will no longer be becoming a double hit attack, which will lead to very unintended item synergy. And it will now behave similar to the assault rifle weapon type, which is going to be a main one hit, plus a follow-up projectile type attack type. But to compensate, we will also be making her first shot be animation canceled faster, giving and try and keeping her signature kiting style a smoother and more satisfying feel. And additionally, we'll also be adding a extra projectile to her short bow form as well when she uses her E-Soar to increase and enhance her skirmishing tools as well. So we hope that these changes will better align with the other systematic changes that we're applying this season. And yeah, we hope that a lot of our players playing these characters will enjoy them and feel like it's an improvement over the previous season. That's all for the character changes, and we will be moving more into some augment changes for this season too. So yeah, there's gonna be quite some revamps to some of the augments, and usually we don't change augments a lot, but with the SP system being reduced a lot in Season 7, and with the addition for skill haste in Season 8, we kind of felt that it's time to make some more important updates to the augments as well. So yeah, we thought that was an opportunity to breathe some new life into underused augments, and we'll introduce some of them right now. Starting with the Havoc traits, we believe that the old Anima Reaper was kind of too niche and only worked well with certain characters. So we will be removing Anima Reaper completely, and in its place we'll be adding three new mask traits to better match a variety of playstyles. So with these mask augments, you'll be gaining stacks for defeating enemy test subjects or boss monsters, or by hunting animals that matches the individual masks. So let's go over these three masks. So for Bear Mask, it will grant attack power or skill amp. Boar Masks will now be boosting your max HP, while Wolf Mask will be increasing your attack speed. So you'll be gaining different stats upon different selected augments or different selected masks, and defeating the individual animals will grant stacks as well. Also, since we mentioned Anima Reaper being removed, Endorphin Augment will also be removed as the SP system changes, kind of made it redundant. And we will also be adding Carnivore trait. We will be merging it with the Dine and Dash augment in the fortification category as well. So the new Dine and Dash will now allow you to recover 630 HP from even low-grade food, which will make it kind of a strong early game option if you only have a small rarity of food. And since Carnivore and Dine and Dash were both beginner-friendly picks, we believe that merging them allows new players to take advantage of both effects without being locked into the Havoc category. Lastly, Steadfast in the fortification slot will also be changed to scale better into the late game by gaining more stats per level as well. It will start weaker in the early phases, but will offer increased CC resistance as the match progresses. So that's all for the fortifications thought. And next up is going to be the support augments. So as we moved on, and with the crafting system being changed, we've seen less use for traps overall too. So we thought that the urban warfare augment has naturally fallen out of favor, and we'll be removing it with the new season. In its place, we will be introducing two new augments that will be more focused on teamwork and synergy. So the first one up is going to be Exploding Cactus, which we can see on the GI app as well. So what's going to happen is that you can attach a cactus to an enemy, and if your teammate attacks that enemy, the cactus detonates and deals bonus damage. So we believe that it's a great way to add some small tactical depth between your teammates in team fights. And even though your teammate doesn't trigger it, it will give some small reduced damage, explosion damage too, if the timer runs out. So it's also be usable when you're using it alone, in an alone situation as well. The other new augment that is going to be added is going to be Power of Intimidation, which is going to be empowering tank and bruiser characters to contribute simply by staying close to enemies. So when you're near a foe, your nearby allies will be able to deal increased damage to them, making your presence alone by giving a more meaningful form of support. And yeah. Among existing augments, we also changed Camping Guide to work with the new Gadget Vault system to grant Gadget energy instead of providing a Hunter spot as well. And we've also made some small adjustments to the Healing Factor augment to provide clearer visuals as well. Okay. I can't wait to get tactical with my Exploding Cactus. Mods, ban that guy. Okay, now lastly, we have Chaos augments that we're going to change as well. These were directly affected by the skill A system, which is going to be the first one up is going to be Circular System, which is going to be restoring HP each time after you cast a skill. And the second one is going to be Overwatch, which has been reworked to suit more high skill haste builds, which will now be granting additional bonus stats once your skill haste exceeds 55. Now with that being said, all these changes and all of these overhauls to the augments, we hope that it will revive some unused options and introduce some new playstyles as well. And we hope that it will give you more creative freedom when building your next strategy in the next season. Okay, next up, we're going to be introducing some new item skills as well to probably give some more strategic layers and individuality to your builds too. So first up, we want to give some of the ones tailored to tanks and bruisers. First one up is going to be Gap, which is going to be added to the battlesuit item. And just like its name suggests, the more distance there is between you and the person attacking, the less damage you take. So it's a powerful skill that helps reduce the frustration of being melted by long-range damage dealers. Perfect for sturdy frontliners trying to hold the line. So now hopefully with this addition, you'll be able to gap your opponents more easily. Next one up is going to be Turbulence, which is going to be applied to the EOD boots. So for this one, when you stay in close proximity to enemies and keep fighting, you'll be able to periodically unleash shockwaves that deal area damage. And this will reward tanks and brooders, which stay in the thick of combat and refuse to back down and stay closer to their opponents. Also, we have one more item skill that's going to help tanks and bruisers, which is going to be Endurance, Blaze Up, available on Mithril Armor. So this is more of the tank-focused version of the Blaze Up series. And with this one, every time you land a skill on an enemy, you'll be gaining stacking defense. And at max stacks, you'll also gain bonus movement speed as well. So the longer and more aggressively you stay in battle, the stronger and faster you become. Simple, solid, and yeah. And we hope that these kind of item choices will be able to help out our tanks and bruisers. Moving on to the next part of item skills, these are more focused on versatile ones and offering value to a more wider variety of roles. The first one up is going to be Master, which is going to be creating a delayed shockwave around you after using a weapon skill and applying a slow to nearby enemies too. So we prepared two variants to suit different builds. The first one is going to be Master Insight, which is going to be scaling with attack power. So the Master on Insight is going to be staring with attack power, while Tindalus Monarch's one is going to be skill amp. So it's a powerful choice for characters who initiate fights. Sorry, I'll grab some water. It's going to be a powerful choice for characters to initiate fights with weapon skills or dive into the enemy backline mid-combat. I'm sorry, my throat is giving out. Okay, next one up is going to be Combat Instinct, which is going to be an item skill on Legatus. True to its name, when landing the first basic attack at the start of combat, your attack speed will be significantly boosted for a short time. So we hope that it's going to be especially useful for auto-attack based DPS characters who wants to seize the upper hand early in an engagement. Finally, Spot On is going to be featured on the Black Death item, which is going to be a special skill, which is when you land a skill on an enemy from over 7 meters away, they're going to be taking powerful bonus damage and temporarily reveal vision around them. We believe that it's the perfect skill for being more poke-heavy comps and long-range snipers who thrive on landing precise hits from a distance.
We also apologize. There's a error with the GIFs, but you'll see why in the next one.
It's gonna be fine. We're sorry. Oh, true. Yeah, it's a mess up from our side. We're so sorry. Wait, this one's also have the same GIFs. That is so funny. I am so sorry. This is what happens in the headquarters of Nimble Morons. We're so sorry. But yeah, we'll still try and explain it as best in words before I die. Okay, so as we mentioned with the removal of the reload system, right? We will also be changing the existing item skill, which is Conclusion. It's also going to be completely reworked because since there's no longer a last bullet mechanic, it's going to be getting a new identity as more of a magic bullet. Meow if not recorded. This cannot be recorded. This is a actual Nimble Moron moment. Okay, so as it's going to be reworked into a new identity as a magic bullet, it's going to be changed as Let me explain it. So the skill will now build up stacks every time you use a basic skill. And once it's fully stacked, your next basic attack will consume all of the stacks to unleash a powerful bonus skill damage basic attack. So, and also, just like before, the effect will differ by tier. So the epic rarity version will deal bonus damage, while the legendary rarity version and higher will also restore HP on top of the extra damage, making it even more rewarding. And yeah, so we hope that that's gonna be all of the help for our item skills as well. And yeah, that is the overview for our new and reworked item skills coming in Season 8. And we hope that with the introduction of these new unique mechanics, we would hope that, and with the introduction of the skill-based system as well, we hope that our players will be able to develop fresh builds and strategies around them. And we hope that you're all looking forward to experiment all of these new build ideas in the upcoming Season 2. With that being said, I am gonna myself is gonna go on a short break while Raven 1 takes over and introduces the next changes to Season 8.
Firstly, Season 8 is going to introduce seasonal collections, and as the name suggests, you can collect pieces, complete the puzzle, and get rewards. And it'll be a nice side activity where you can take a break, enjoy the small joy of collecting pieces, and of course, the rewards. And hold. Well.
Oh my god.
Now for the mid-season update coming to Season 8. This is the one many of you have been waiting for. Solos is finally making its return in the form of Lone Wolf, a mode we have promised our players for a long time. As we prepare for the official launch, we made the decision to prio squads as the main mode in order to reach a broader audience. That meant reworking many systems that had originally been built for solo. Still, regardless of our reasoning, many of you continue to miss that feeling, the intensity of being on your own, fully responsible for every moment, fighting to be the last one standing. We'll never forget the heartfelt comments and messages you left the day we announced Solos was closing. And honestly, even within the dev team, many of us were solo-focused players. That's why bringing back Lone Wolf has been such an exciting and emotional journey for us. Here's a little story from our internal test. We had 21 people in the match, and during the first round, everyone was curious. How would this character perform in solo? So the picks were incredibly diverse. About half melee, half range. A really ideal mix. But the moment the match ended and we went into the second round, almost everyone had switched to melee characters. It only took one game for everyone to fully realize what solos was all about. But this was a test without the Season 8 features. With Rift and the new season features coming out, the meta will be different. Now, let's dive into the details of the brand new Lone Wolf mode, something many of you have missed and we've been equally excited to bring back. The biggest feature is that you'll start with 3 lives. We call this the 3-strike system. It's your insurance against those frustrating early deaths, often caused by misfortune turn of events. Or maybe you're being relentlessly chased throughout the whole game. In those cases, you might choose to sacrifice a life and respond quickly to reset and recover. But at day 5, any remaining lives are converted into credits instead. Lone Wolf will be available as a time-limited mode, every day for all servers. The specific time slots for each servers will be announced later down the road, but we'll be targeting time slots that had the highest concurrent players for solo before official release. Lone Wolf uses MMR as a light competitive element, but there will be no official ranks or tiers. But we'll be providing the data through API, so sites like DocGG can still track and showcase top performers. We'll be closely watching how well this new mode actually addresses the old issues that solos used to have. And who knows, if the community really likes it and the response is strong enough, maybe the time slot might change or maybe even stretch. We'll look forward to your feedback and hope you enjoy what's to come. And we know you're gonna want to play solos even after the mode ends. So we're actually working on a mid-season patch as well for custom games, where you can host custom games and have players come in. And not only that, you'll be able to actually control and have wider settings for each custom games. And you can now preview all detailed settings before entering as well, including things like restricted zone and revival settings, giving you the tools to create your own unique house rules. And the biggest one is that if you disable the respawn kit option, it brings back the original raw solo experience many of you remember. Players will only have one life for the round, and we will not get 3 strikes like in the event mode. Players can freely configure what kind of rules they want for different modes. With the addition of Lone Wolf in Season 8, Eternal Return now features 4 major game modes. First, we have Lumia Island, the main mode that captures the core experience of ER. Then there's Cobalt Protocol, which serves as our casual mode. Lone Wolf, along with the other upcoming modes, will be ran as a limited time event mode, especially only working during specific hours. The future of these modes depend on you, the players. If a time-limited mode receives overwhelming support, we'll look into extending its availability. And if the demand continues, it could be even, maybe a full-fledged main mode. On the other hand, if a mode becomes unsustainable, we may reduce its hours or even temporarily close it until it's reworked. Our journey of experimentation and innovation doesn't end here. We're already planning our 5th game mode as well, which will be coming out in Season 11. Next, we'd like to talk about something that was promised last season, but unfortunately weren't able to deliver on, which was the camera lock mode. First of all, we apologize for the delay. As we began development, we encountered a lot of issues, and it forced us to push back the schedule. Up until now, the Y key allowed you to either fully lock or completely unlock the camera with no options between. But we're going to be working on new modes where the first is a lock camera view option. With this setting, the camera can move freely, but only within a range where your character never leaves the screen. The second will be based on where your mouse position is. And a discovery we made while working on this system is that something we didn't realize before is that Lumia Island isn't really set at a perfect 45-degree angle. And because of that, when we were working on changing these cameras, we actually weren't able to fully get the look correctly with the lock cameras. As during early development, we slightly tilted the map off the axis to give a more natural POV, similar to other MOBA games. So that's what caused this postponing of this new mode, and we apologize for that. But in any case, we're fully committed to delivering these changes during Season 8. Next topic is the one that could have the greatest impact on the future of Eternal Return. We're talking about the introduction of AI bots that have machine learning capabilities. We believe matchmaking is one of the most critical factors in making PvP games enjoyable. When players of similar skill levels are matched together, many problems naturally go away. Even if you're slow at looting, bad at fighting, or unfamiliar with routes and objectives, if everyone else is at the same level, you can learn and grow together at a comfortable pace. At its core, the fun of PvP games come from facing opponents of similar skill. We've already taken steps to improve this, such as dividing matchmaking into detailed MMR tiers. But we've run into a real challenge: queue times. When queues get long, we're forced to widen the matchmaking range. Even on the Asia server, about half of our games use this expanded range. And on global servers, that number is even higher. We've determined that overly broad matchmaking is one of the biggest reasons behind unbalanced or frustrating matches, especially in norms. To address this, we've partnered with a specialized AI company, the same group that deployed over 1.5 million AI bots across several popular titles to develop new machine learning-based bots for Eternal Return. Our goal is simple: to create AI that's indistinguishable from real players, not bots that fail to farm properly or move awkwardly, but bots that think and behave like actual players in the same level of silver. Once Season 8 begins, these bots will start training on using ranked replays. Then in the second half of the season, we aim to introduce up to 5,000 AI bots into normal matchmaking, allowing us to maintain strict skill-based matchmaking within norms. This means when you encounter fewer matches where opponents feel way too strong or far too easy in norms. And this will go along with something that I will talk a little more later down the road, but in Season 8 and Season 9, we're going to be doing more marketing push, so that will really help with the norms as well. And to be transparent, the machine learning tech is very expensive. Each bot costs around 10 USD per month to operate, but with the marketing push and the norms issues that we face in multiple servers, we hope these new bots and machine learning helps us actually have a more concrete new player experience for the players that will hopefully come in soon. Now with that, I will pass the mic back into Wendy.
Bye bye, Bozo. Okay, now we will move into more of what we prepared for season 9 and beyond. We talk a lot about what we want to change and improve on previous seasons, and that kind of continues when we're going to season 9 and beyond also. So let's just show what we have prepared for the future seasons too. So now that we removed reloading in season 8, the next system that we probably want to say goodbye into in season 9 is going to be the SP system. So we first tentatively brought up the possibility of removing SP during a previous dev hour, and after seeing how the game played in season 7 when SP consumption was significantly relaxed, we finally reached a conclusion. We believe that it's finally time to move on from the SP system. Of course, SP is currently deeply intertwined with various character skills and mechanics. That's why we're aiming for a comprehensive removal in Season 9. In preparation, Season 8 will include some early adjustments. We will, as we said in the augment changes, augments related to SP will be replaced with new augments. And we will also be removing SP costs for crafting or using the Hyperloop or like small things to reduce existing frustrations as well. So all in all, Season 8 will be the final season where you'll see the SP bar in Eternal Return. And whether it was a source of frustration, challenge, strategy, SP was a part of many memories throughout the game's history. And we hope that it is a sad, I believe it's a very sad stuff whenever we would have to remove a mechanic. But yeah, we hope that you would join us all in missing it in its final run in Season 8. Okay, now this one is also quite a big change. Starting in Season 9, we will be making a change to Dine and Dash, but not exactly the Dine and Dash augment. We will be implementing the auto-eat system of Dine and Dash in as a core gameplay system. So we've always been very cautious about incorporating convenience features like this into the base game, because the reason is that it's all about preserving the skill ceiling, because automating certain actions may offer short-term comfort, but over time it can flatten the gameplay depth and reduce the opportunities for skill expression. And those thrilling moments where mastery truly shines is something that we definitely do not want to remove. And Dine and Dash was no exception, but because automatically consuming food is undeniably convenient, but also meant giving up another powerful augment. And we wanted to remain as a strategic choice and not just a baseline mechanic. That was why it was kept in the game. But Eternal Return is a ever-changing game, with each season bringing new systems, adjustments, and meta shifts. And after reviewing all of the cumulative changes through Season 8, we've come to a new conclusion. We will be including automatic food consumption as a base feature, which will no longer compromise the skill gap or the integrity of higher level play. So does this mean we're removing the OG Dine and Dash now? But don't worry, it's not going anywhere. It will still offer unique advantages. The augment will still now recover the same amount of HP in less time than the standard system as before. And also, we said we're going to be implementing the previous effects from Carnivore into Dine and Dash 2. And it's still going to be valuable for characters who rely on quick recovery during combat as well. We're also preparing a small buff to keep it feeling impactful and competitive. So yeah, it will still remain as a thing on our game. We'll also be preparing special settings for it, so that players can control which amount of stuff they prefer when the system kicks in, so that it doesn't feel too intrusive. So it's still a bit ways off, but we hope that it's something that can help more players settle in quickly to Eternal Return. Next one up is the dynamic restricted areas part. This one is something that we mentioned earlier in the dev stream because of the optimal player density. And this is one of the new tools that we cooked up that will probably help adjust the pacing and density of matches. Because I believe that everyone would probably have the experience of playing a match that was nearing the end, but for a long stretch, you couldn't find a single enemy throughout the whole game. And that frustrating moment where you're thinking, where is everyone? And this is really a kind of situation that we're targeting with this feature. Because the tension of Eternal Return comes from just the right amount of encounters in one lobby. And running into enemies too frequently can be overwhelming, but going too long without a fight can be just as problematic. And to address this, we're planning a system that automatically accelerates the upcoming restricted zones when the number of remaining teams drops below a certain threshold. That means that one or two zones from the next phase may become restricted a bit earlier, which means it will dynamically shrink the playable area faster. You might be wondering, wait, then that could make the game feel super cramped now. But this isn't the issue with what we're planning, because we're planning it so that the system only steps in when there's a significant gap between the size of the map and the number of remaining teams. So it's designed to kick in only occasionally in matches that would otherwise risk being too slow or uneventful. So yeah, it's not forcing constant high pressure, but it's more of a gentle nudge to preserve tension when pacing begins to slow down. And that's why we expect it to have the most positive impact in normal match pacing, where match flow tends to vary more widely than in ranked. Okay, this one is a bit of a fun one. One of the features that we're preparing for Season 9 is the Treasure Goblin system, which is going to be a brand new type of objective that will bring fresh energy and kind of unpredictability to Lumia Island as well. We're currently calling it Treasure Goblin internally, and true to its name, we believe that it will deliver surprise and delight in unexpected ways. So up until now, most objectives on Lumia Island, like Tree of Life, Alpha, Omega, have had clear fixed locations and rewards, and usually this would reinforce long-term planning and strategic execution. But with the Treasure Goblin, we're introducing something different. This is going to be more of a system based on accidental discovery and high-stakes pursuit. And as you explore, so what's going to happen is that as you explore the island, you may stumble upon a suspicious trail, something that's not marked on the minimap. And following it, you might just encounter a special treasure goblin. Oh, also, it's not confirmed to be a goblin. We're just calling it a goblin, but you know, anything can change, so it might be. So we'll see. So, but like, even if you find the goblin, don't expect it to be an easy catch, because the moment it spots you, it's gonna let out a loud shriek and alerting nearby players at the same time, while also running away too. So if you hesitate, another team might also try and route towards the goblin as well and steal the reward. So with this one, it's the key is to act immediately and decisively and kind of on the fly rather than strategic planning. The reward will also change based on the goblin's situation, so it might seem random at first glance, but with the right timing and planning, you can also try and aim for the exact item you need if you spot one too. So it's kind of a timing minigame. Let's say a kind of a timing minigame that suddenly appears mid-game, and that's going to be wrapped into your lobby. It maybe kind of reminds some people of Lumi's credit mode, but this time we believe that the treasure goblin is going to behave much differently. It's going to be much more irregular in movement. It's more of a stuff that is made to disrupt your path, to like try and pull players towards it, rather than you reinforcing your walking to it as a strategy. So yeah, the goal is to inject dynamic tension and on-the-fly decision-making into your match flow. So yeah, it's not quite ready we're not ready to reveal the final artwork. We're not even really ready to showcase if it's actually a goblin or not. But yeah, we wanted to share that we're developing more non-traditional behavior-based map objectives in the future, and this is kind of something that we want to try out. And I'm seeing a lot of good options here in the chat. Either say we should name it Goblin, Mutant Rat, Dokebi. I like these all. We'll see what happens in the final product. And yeah. I hope that everyone's excited for this new feature, and we'll see how it goes. Next one up is the basic attack post delay improvements. This one is kind of something that we want to apologize first, because this one was something we would have probably delivered already, but already based on our last dev stream. But as you can see in the previous information that we gave throughout the dev stream, our pipelines shift a lot, our schedules inevitably shift, and we're really sorry that we weren't able to push this update quickly. So the basic attack post delay improvements that were mentioned last season wasn't able to be pushed right now, but yeah, we are very excited to say that we'll be probably able to deliver this in Season 9 as of now. So we hope that this will be able to improve the feel of kiting for melee characters, and yeah, improve responsiveness overall. So we're working on the broader task of standardizing and kind of improving various basic attack rules overall, and we hope that in Season 9 we can push it to the next level with this upgrade too. Okay, now this one is another more of the boom type updates. It's going to be the map improvements. And even with the map improvements that we're pushing this season, we're also going to be pushing more for the future seasons too, Season 9 or future seasons. Some of the stuff that we're looking into is changes to the chapel, which we will plan to widen the path that connects it to the uptown area, and open some of the walls on the actual chapel building to create a much more smoother and accessible entryway. There's also plans to change the hospital, which will be opening up an additional space for the more inner building to move around. And we also have changes planned for the police station, which will be opening up a passage in the middle to expand it and create a new travel route. So we're not making sweeping changes just yet, and construction on Lumia Island is continuing steadily. And yeah, we're hoping that everyone is excited to look at which area is going to be improved next. Something that we also talked about was the different differentiation between normal and ranked play. In Season 9, we want to make our first step towards separating the rule sets of normal and ranked matches, because normal and ranked matches usually offer fundamentally different experiences. Normal mode is more of a space to learn, experiment, or enjoy the game without pressure, while ranked mode is more of a competitive arena where players push for higher tiers. So since both modes have a different feel but use the core rule set, we believe that if we tune the game to suit one mode, it can end up hurting the other. So what we want to do in the future is try and separate rules based on these kind of modes as well. However, we are very aware of the feedback of switching between the two modes should remain more seamless. And if it remains more seamless, it will also help players settle into the ranked experience. So we will be starting with small extensions to the elimination prevention system in normal matches in Season 9. So it's going to be a small first step, but we'll be continue to collect data, listen to your feedback, and see what we will be able to do to provide the most fitting experience for both modes. We're also going to be bringing more improvements to training modes. In Season 10, we are going to be bringing a major overhaul for the practice mode, because now with the changes, you will now be able to bring your friends into practice modes and do fun stuff too. We will be making multi-user support a priority for our practice mode. We're currently thinking of peer-to-peer kind of connections for technical notes, which means that the room host would act as the server, but we're taking extra care to make this more smooth and stable as well. You'll also be able to freely switch between characters, skins, augments, and tactical skills as well without leaving the session too. So you can rapidly test builds and find out what works best for your playstyle as well. We hope that this new practice mode will be able to open the door for more creative learning and also testing and fun as well. So stay tuned and get ready to experience a more fun training mode in Season 10 or beyond too. We're also bringing more tutorial improvements in Season 10 as well, as we're going to completely overhaul the tutorial in Season 10. New player retention is always a very big challenge shared across the game industry, and learning a game is rarely solved by just one good tutorial, because players usually get information from a combination of other stuff, such as hands-on experience, watching others, asking friends, or reading guides. But while a tutorial won't fix everything on its own, that does not mean it's unimportant, because a well-crafted tutorial will absolutely make a vastly better first impression than a weak one. And we do understand that our current tutorial, especially in its cutscene quality and outdated content, falls short of what our standard players deserve. We will be rebuilding it from the ground up and be introducing more high-quality cutscenes and better content that reflect our many systems in the game as well. It won't be a magical solution, but we hope that it will become a much more better welcome to new players. Okay, now, as we talked a lot more about new player retention as well, we wanted to give you a more long-term plan about how we're planning to support and guide our new players as they begin their new journey on Lumia Island. In previous seasons, we introduced a system like the save plan system, HourㅅEternal, as well as the basic in-game guide added in Season 6. And we hope that these tools will give more essential information to our players without ever needing to leave the game. In Season 7, we've also begun shaping more opportunities for players to learn combat fundamentals, which is very critical in any PvP type game. And even with the rollback of the initial elimination prevention system, we still believe that the day one safeguard has proven very helpful to the players. We will also be introducing machine learning AI bots, as mentioned previously, which will give players a much more better experience being matched within a lobby that is more similar to their current skill level. It will provide more engaging and gradual learning experiences outside the tutorials and feel more meaningful. We've also introduced our dynamic item recommendation system, which will feature an important gap to players to help adapt to late game situations with unfamiliar materials. And with Season 9, we'll also be implementing the beta period for our mobile phone verification as well, which is currently going to start in fewer servers. But we hope that it will be a crucial step toward preventing one of our biggest pain points for our players as well, and improve it gradually include it to new servers too. In Season 10, as we mentioned, we will be reworking our tutorial and practice mode. We want to completely rework our tutorial and practice mode in Season 10, ensuring players to get up on the right foot as their very first step onto Lumia Island 2. So as you can see, we have a multi-season roadmap to steadily address each challenge that our new players face. It's not going to be an easy task, and it's going to be a long journey, but we hope that our goal into making Eternal Return a welcoming and rewarding experience for new players will be able to be achieved, and we're committed to getting there, step by step, season by season.
And to clarify, the Season 9 mobile is going to start in the Asia server first, and then we'll be expanding, and for the other servers, the data is TBD. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yep. And on a higher note, we also want to introduce something that was really asked a lot from our community. We will finally be able to bring more story content to Eternal Return in Season 11 too. And this is the big announcement that we will be introducing story episodes, lore, coming to Eternal Return 2. We'll be sharing new stories through in-game character dialogue and beautiful illustrated scenes like this one, which is just a sample image, but we hope that it will look something like this. Our goal is to have a full-fledged story mode ready by Season 11. And yeah, it is a very long-term vision as of now, but we don't really want to keep you waiting with nothing in hand. So we will be introducing a beta version as a limited event in Season 9 to start gathering your thoughts and feedback of what we are preparing. So yeah, we're working really hard into bringing depth to the world of Eternal Return and lore to our test subjects. Yeah, we would love to we hope that you're all excited as we are. Stay tuned. And yeah, that is all that I have for season 9 and beyond. And for some additional news, Raven 1 will take over and introduce them.
Working overtime is really rough, isn't it, Wendy?
Yeah, it is. I'm dying.
All right, I have some additional news that doesn't really fit in with gameplay itself, so I'll go over them really quick. The first one is that we're going to be having a 2nd anniversary celebration. We were invited by the city of Incheon, actually, and during July 19th and 20th, we'll be there to celebrate and host tournaments with a variety of collaboration events for Koreans and tourists. On the left, you can find the mascot for the offline event, Tia. Not just Tia, here's some of the other characters that will be visiting Incheon with us. Each character will be used as a mascot for the city collaboration with their famous restaurants. For one of the collabs, we will be working with Incheon Beer, which are held by Lee Dae-lin and Yumin on the right. If you happen to visit Korea during July, make sure to come check us out. We are also going to be preparing merch for our 2nd anniversary. We will be announcing how players can get these items, but I'm glad to announce that they will be available globally and not just limited to Korea. Keep an eye out for these first ever figures. We have prepared a total of 3, with the first one being Bianca. Here's the rough draft. We don't have the colored version yet, but this is the base. All 3 will be included and packaged as one set. The second one is Abigail. We believe they got her mute expression and signature hand pose just right. And here is the real life base as well. And the third, last but not least, is Karia doing her signature pose. This one has the drone as well, but it may be fragile, so we're going to be extra careful with it. Now for the part that many were curious about. Let's begin with some exciting news on ER's global servers expansion. As many of you guys have seen, Eternal Return will officially launch on WeGame, China's massive gaming platform, often referred as the Steam of China. WeGame will operate on a separate server, but will follow the same patch schedule as all other regions. Although you won't be able to match with WeGame players in-game, we're hopeful that cross-community activities like fan creation and community events will help connect players across regions. Next, we'll be launching a trial Asia 3 servers for players in Southeast Asia. This new server is expected to significantly improve connectivity for players who've been experiencing high ping issues in the region. Interestingly, despite Season 7 being a bit of a difficult season overall, players' number actually grew in Japan. We're looking forward to taking a more proactive approach in Japan, including working with a new local partner. For other global regions outside of China, we're putting a lot of effort into the machine learning AI bots coming in Season 8. Matchmaking qualities and norms has been the biggest challenge in this region, and the AI should be able to help us provide a smoother, skill-appropriate experience for new players through these AI bots, and it'll be very important for our long-term global success. We're also working with external partners for marketing in the English regions outside, at the start of season, and hopefully throughout as well. This marketing start will lead into the AI, and for new players, it will also naturally flow into Season 9 and 10, where we're planning 2 in-game collaborations. Both feature IPs that are much more popular globally than they are in Korea. Due to contract terms, we'll only be able to announce them 2 to 4 weeks in advance, so we can't share details just yet. But we hope you guys are excited for the first Eternal Return in-game collaboration, as well as root for us in our push to increase marketing in the West. We're also discussing for a 3rd collaboration in Season 12. Through consistent and exciting IP collaborations, we'll continue working to bring Eternal Return to players worldwide. And thank you so much. And speaking of thank yous, here is the Season 8 coupon, Season 8 Splash 0710. You guys can activate this coupon in-game until Wednesday, July 2nd.
Whoa!
We really do mean it. Thank you always for sticking with us. I know there are a lot of promises that we made along the way, and I know a lot of the promises have taken a while, and it's been a heartwarming journey and a very rough, rocky journey. And I know a lot of players have come and go, but thank you for always being with us.
Yeah, thank you for always being with us. And yeah, as you know, it has been a rocky journey, but it is really great for us that we been able to just service Eternal Return for such a long period and see faces that we have seen for years and years. And there are new players as well coming in to say that they really enjoyed playing Eternal Return right now. And we hope that with these new changes and our future plans, we will be able to meet up with all of the expectations and give you a truly great experience of Eternal Return. Thank you so much for playing. And yeah, with that being said, we will go on a short break before we show you all of the new skin character content. I know everyone is very excited to see. And yeah, before we show up all of that, we will jump into a short break and come back later. Thank you so much for joining in for our first part of the dev stream. Thank you so much.
You can't fall for your instructor. Understood? There you are. I heard you needed some training.
I'm on the scene. Extinguishing fire. Ready to be dispatched anytime. No need to worry.
I'm going in. You can't run away from me. Your habits reflect in your results. Don't relax just yet.
So, you're my trainee. Are you ready? I didn't get to be director of the academy for nothing. This is what I call skills. All units, prepare for combat.
I deserve a break.
It isn't time yet.
Kids these days have no grit. How about now? Are you nervous? As your instructor, I am disappointed in you. Do I have to? My assistance comes at a price. There's really not much time to rest. All right, give a round of applause for your instructor. Don't worry, I'll be in charge of training you. Check the operation area.
An order is an order. Searching. Continuing to find targets. Locked on target. Situation under control. A healthy mind starts with a healthy body. It's an honor. I'm a big fan.
Let's see if anything's on fire. Let's see if anything's on fire. Move out. Roger. Ready to go. I wonder if they still teach fire drills.
Go, go, go!
Fire's been successfully contained. I'm here for a safety inspection. Assemble here.
Should we get started? Should we get started? Oh, this place is just perfect for training. So, you think you can keep up? You don't have to be afraid of your instructor. I mean it. No talking. How was that? You think you can keep up? Today's training will focus on the art of combat. I need a quick tea break.
Let's take a group photo.
Every choice comes with its consequences. Precise. No variables. In moments like this, you realize the outcome was inevitable. Margin for error. The inevitable destination for every life. Pathetic. Understanding the outcome doesn't grant you the ability to alter it. How much do you truly know about this experiment? All I can tell you is that we'll all cease to exist soon. Is the future I saw real? Are you prepared to survive annihilation? Then, let's begin the experiment. I'll show you every possible outcome. To find the key that will open the door to a new era. Computation complete. An observed outcome cannot be changed. Let's conclude this experiment. Let there be glory to the pawns who reach the end of despair.
What if this world is but a game? So, what is this game called? I understand it now. Just gotta... Ugh. Get me out of here. Game on. Ta-da! Revive. Easy. You, do a barrel roll. Bum-ba-ba-bum. It's just a game? No. To some, gaming is more than life. This may be a game, but don't underestimate it. Gotta party up and find some mobs. Focus on winning. Games are meant to be won. Finish the fight. Time to lock in. This thing makes me feel like a suicide squad. All roads lead to me. So, what now?
Hey, what year is it right now? Why is this happening to me? Feels like something could happen at any moment here. What is that smell? It's strong, too. I won't miss a second. Hello? Mind if I interview you real quick? Recording! I won't miss a second. Whew, this thing's heavy. Relax. All that stress will make you age faster. Wait! None of the footage was recorded!
Seems like a lot of cleaning to do. Who you are doesn't matter to me. The weight of life is the same for all. We're all the same.
Our new skins and characters for the next season and the season beyond those. And yeah, with that being said, let's go straight into the new season pass for season 8. And now the season theme for this season pass is gonna be Splash. The theme of season 8's pass is gonna be Splash. It's the promised season of summer. And now let's take a look at who's gonna be the stars of this summer. Our first season pack skin for Splash is gonna be Blue Wave Tsubame. Her expression is kind of noticeably softer this season, a refreshing change that fits the summer vibe. Paired with a sporty yet daring swimsuit, this new look gives Tsubame a bold new edge while staying true to her character too. And true to her surprisingly big appetite, you'll notice a juicy watermelon by her side, a detail that appears in both the lobby and in-game. Here's a look at her portrait, which looks amazing and makes you want to buy the season pack. You can see also a character sheet of all of her little gizmos that she have, what she carries around when she wears her skin. And yeah, here's some videos of her in action.
한 조각 드시겠습니까?
Here you can see Tsubame giving you some watermelon too, like with a kind heart. And yeah, we go also look at the victory animation too.
즐거운 시간이었습니다.
Seems there's a touch of volleyball. Looks like Tsubame is enjoying her vacation as well. We also had some bloopers that happened during when we were making Blue Wave Tsubame, which kind of mixed up her mask with her watermelon. Let's see. As you can see, a lot of stuff happens behind the scenes. There's a lot of hard work that goes into making skins and characters and all of the other changes, but there's always the little funnies that happen behind the scenes as well. That being said, we can move on straight to the next skin, which is gonna be Chloe. Capturing both cuteness and allure, Ocean Breeze Chloe is gonna be our epic skin for this season pass. Being one of the most highly anticipated skins, Chloe's new skin is finally making a debut with the Midsummer Sun. We really can't wait to see playful and energetic Nina having a blast with the ocean while her ever-loving mother watches over her. There's also a sheet of Chloe herself with all of her new gizmos too, and we also have a cute sheet of Nina as well. Looks like she's all dressed up for her vacation at summer. We also have some videos prepared for Chloe and Nina as well.
하나, 둘. 괜찮아. 이따 새 거 사자.
Looks like she lost her two, but I guess we can all get her some new twos by buying the season pack. Buy the season pack. Also, here's a look at her victory animation as well.
니나? 오늘 재밌었지?
Looks like Nina is even cuter with her new skin. So we hope that everyone is excited for this season's pass's new skin too. Our next skin on the list is gonna be our cool Marcus. Ocean Warrior Marcus is moving up to the season pass. As rest is also part of training, Marcus still carries around his large axe as he always does. Even on guard, we hope he enjoys his summer break too. Here's some more of his character sheet, looking at a cool look at his cool new axe and hammer too, as well as his cool tattoos as well. There's also some videos of him in action as well. Here's his lobby animation.
싸움은 대등한 자에게 통용되는 말이다.
With the cool breeze effects and his tattoos, looks like he's all ready for his summer break too. Let's also have a look at his victory animation. Yep, complete with sunglasses. We hope that Marcus enjoys his summer break as well. Now, our next skin on the list is also a pretty anticipated one because it's quite a while since they got a skin. Next one up is gonna be Adina. Oh my god. Looks like the stars are aligned this summer because our next summer skin is gonna be Ocean Breeze Adina. Looks like Adina is already settled in with her summer-themed crystal orb, complete with a seashell and pearl. Here's an additional look at Adina too. Look at her new sign pictures too, complete with her beautiful pearl-like orb as well. We also have some videos prepared for Adina as well.
운명만큼이나 중요한 건 우리의 의지죠.
Complete with a new feel. She's all ready. Now there's also the victory animation as well.
운명과 의지의 조화였네요.
Yep, looks like she's all prepared for her summer break too. Now that is all for the skins for a season pass as well, and we can move on to the next part of the season pass. We also have all of the emotes and goodies here prepared and added in as well. A lot of the ones this season gives us a cool feel overall, just in time for summer. And I can also see one with watermelons and mayo too. I wonder which one that one belongs to. Overall, all of the goodies are really good, so we hope we're all very excited for this season's pass as well. Now with that being said, let's have a look at the video for this season as well. And let's go. Boop.
Nina, remember to warm up first. One, two, and... Oh. It's fine. Let's buy a new one later. Nina! Do you hear the waves? It's almost time for our act.
Let's begin your reading. From Aquarius to Pisces. I have sand in my shoes.
I guess we'll make today a leg day. If the water's nice and cold, maybe I should take a swim. Learning to rest is also a part of training.
No matter how wild the waves are, I can cut through them. Ahead I'll go, like a swallow flying across the sea.
That's it for a video. Also, in the background, you can also hear our very own season theme song too. We've been experimenting with more songs since last season, and we hope that we can bring you even more great tunes in the future as well. And here's the main illustration for Season 8. Looks like Sabame is making a good cut out of the watermelon for eating, and everyone else looks like they're having a blast as well. We hope you have a good look at all of the cool new art too. And yeah, Here's also a full look at our season pack this season, and we hope that you are all excited to get all the new characters and skins and pay for our air conditioning bills for the summer as well. It's a win-win.
Now, let's talk about the new characters. The first new test subject of Season 8 is Shailene. As previously mentioned, she's a character who utilizes unique sword control techniques to control her enemies in battle. Despite her sharp appearance, she is known to make the occasional charming little blunders here and there. When we think of sword control, what usually comes to mind is a stylish, fast-paced combat style. We're hoping Shailene will deliver exactly that kind of experience when she officially makes her debut on Lumia Island. Raised in a remote mountain village, Lumia Island is her first real step into society. She's entered this unfamiliar world for the sake of her hometown and its people. We hope you'll enjoy and join us in watching over this newcomer as she finds her place. The second new test subject joining in Season 8 is Henry, a clockmaker and VF user who manipulates time. Henry suffered a deep physical and emotional wound that left him nearly unable to use his VF abilities. Haunted by pain and unable to let go of his past, he joins Lumia Island's experiment in hopes of reclaiming what he's lost. Despite his sharp, cold appearance, he apparently actually has a really warm personality. But he does keep everyone else at arm's length and shows little interest in forming close connections. In fact, it's said that he always refers to others by their full names, keeping distance on purpose. As a clockmaker whose times once stood still, we're excited to see what kind of story Henry will unfold on Lumia Island. Now, we'll be moving on to Season 9 characters that weren't released or revealed in our previous dev stream. The first new tough subject of Season 9 is Blair. While she's a smoker, it won't be shown in-game due to our game age restriction. However, we feel players enjoy small details about characters that show additional info like this, so we wanted to show the concept at least in our dev stream. Blair was raised by a strong yet kind father, a man she deeply admired, but after her father was gravely injured in an incident after a berserk incident with VF, Blair grew to harbor a deep resentment towards individuals with VF abilities. We hope players are excited to learn more about Blair and what drove her to become so full of hatred to lead her into Lumia Island. The second new test subject is Mirka. In Korean, it's pronounced Mirka. The small instructor, she commands immense strength enough to take control of the slums and earn the title of Queen of the Backstreets and the nickname of Big Sister. That said, Big Sister is known to be a bit self-conscious about her height. She has a sharp tongue and a bold, no-nonsense personality. But surprisingly, she's also incredibly responsible and puts her family and crew first. She's also a heavy drinker with a love for strong liquor, always carrying a flask full of favorite booze. Fun fact, her and Blair are the same age. She wields a massive hammer, a weapon that stands in contrast to a small petite frame. We can't wait to see how she makes use of it and what kind of impact she'll leave on Lumia Island. Alright, well, we hope you're excited for the new characters in Season 8 and the upcoming characters in Season 9. Now let's talk about the Season 8 skins that were not talked about or were not in the past. Here's the Cadet reward for all players who achieved gold in Season 7, Cadet Lead Island. We're really proud of how the skin came out, and we were able to highlight some of the island's biggest charms. And next is our second anniversary skin line. For this year, Eva has come to celebrate. Due to her being 17 years old, she's holding a glass of apple juice. Here's the sheet, which shows a lot of the charming details added into the back of her dress. Same as the previous year, we will also be releasing a variation of the skin. Here is second anniversary Blossom Eva. And here's the sheet as well. Our second character of this anniversary is Alina. Alina will be releasing in an elegant dress to celebrate. The swirly design can be found throughout her attire, hair, and even her skate and rapier. Here is the second version of the skin, which is a lot darker. The color of a weapon and skates, small details have been adjusted to fit the color variation as well. We've previously shown you the reworked Nikki skin. We know many players have been waiting for the skin to finally release again, and now she's here. Beach Ball Nikki was a previous season pack reward. Took a long time to be reworked, but she is finally here. Players can now receive the skin through mileage, wildcard, boxes, and the upcoming second year chest. All players who have the Beach Ball Nikki skin will have their skins updated to the newest version. Season 8's first token skin will be a tropical dimension Abigail. Abigail, with their win in popularity for second place, is finally getting her reward. When she won the vote, that our team was already working on her lucky epic skin. So there were some concerns at the time, but as soon as the design for the summer skin came out, our team was pretty happy. The skin has a transparent shirt in the modeling, and her mute expression is remained even in her summer skin. Most importantly, she's holding onto dear someone in her hand. Here's the sheet where you can see the emphasized transparent cloth, Abigail's first skin where she isn't wearing skin-tight clothing and rather something different. We hope you're excited to see which stance Abigail will have as her token skin. Our next summer skin is Darko. As a lone shark, Darko fits the beach fairly well. One of the most interesting points of the skin is he is actually going to be wielding a bat than his patent golf club. You can see Darko with his orange sunglasses, and we hope you enjoy battering up the enemy with the new skin. Here's the teal skin that we showed in the previous dev stream. We are really proud of how the brush came out to express the cool beach. Here's the sheet with all the images of the chipmunks who have been adjusted to fit the summer skin theme. We've also prepared more 4-panel comics for our players. And we saw that there was a lot of interest in the video format, so we're going to be playing that for you right now. Unfortunately, due to budget, we were not able to bring voice actors for this dev stream.
That's a shame. The last ones were so good.
And now, for the next token skin, Magnus, also a winner of the popularity vote. This time, he will be appearing on Lumia Island with a whole new mechanical look. And it's not just Magnus, but his bike will also get a big update to follow along. We hope you guys are excited about the second token skin, and we hope you guys purchase both amazing skins through our shop.
Please buy them.
Please buy them. Ojo-sama.
It's time to go to bed.
Eastman will be getting his first skin in Season 8 to go along with his dance. We're all excited to get into the game with the skin and spam Control 7. Ishtavan will be getting his fresh, sophisticated look very soon. Unlike Ishtavan, Nia will be appearing in a much more comfortable outfit. To go well with their outfit, players can see game-related details in their upcoming Jersey Made skin. And the baddies are coming. Players who achieve gold and beyond in Season 8 will be rewarded with the next skin, Cadet Felix. We hope players also look forward to climbing the ladder next season to get Cadet Felix and try out his newest rework along with it too. We'll also show off one skin for Season 9. Jan will finally get a skin where he will have his whole new look. One of the best parts about the skin is the ultimate, where the ring changes along with each pillar. We hope you guys look forward to the skins coming out in Season 9 as well. And in Season 9, we will also have the first collab skin incoming, which will actually be a token skin. But we'll talk more about that once we're allowed to. So we hope you guys are excited.
That being said, that is all prepared for our characters and skins for the new upcoming seasons. And finally, as before we close the dev stream off, we will go into some Q&A that we have gotten beforehand and answer some questions that were asked on our survey. Oop. Okay, so just a sec. I just need to adjust a bit. Okay, now let's jump into some questions. Okay, first section up is roadmap. First one is, will solo and duo mode? So solo mode is coming back in Season 8 as Lone Wolf, although it won't be the main mode it once was, but we do believe it will have value as a refreshing alternative. Eternal Return can be a bit tricky when it comes to practicing new characters, and in that regard, we do believe that solo mode could actually be a great environment for getting some hand-on-hand combat experience. And also, Lone Wolf is returning with a unique 3-strike rule, and we believe that it will provide more combat experience for a lot of players. Also, since Lone Wolf is also coming back with unique rules, we do believe that if duo mode ever comes back too, it will actually get its own set of special rules as well. We are considering the possibility of a new duo-style mode launching in Season 11, but it's all on paper right now, and we hope that we can bring you better news in the future dev streams. This one is a kind of an interesting one. As you know, the people asked about if there are any changes after the Crafton acquisition, and this one is honestly a very tricky topic. There's not much to say yet. It's still too early, and we also want to clarify that it's not Nimbo Neuron itself that was being acquired by Crafton, but it was more of our parent company, Neptune, which is being acquired. So even though the news has been reported, acquisitions don't happen overnight as well, and it's still in progress. So yeah, it's still too early in the process, and there's a lot of we're currently at that situation as of now. But that said, Crafton has very advanced infrastructure and knowledge about various aspects, so we're hoping to learn a lot from them in various areas and try and see how much we can improve with such a new partner. There's also a question saying that is a 3-month season cycle too short? And we definitely felt the burn this season, but we also learned that we would probably never want to extend a season again if we can avoid it, because currently in the competitive gaming environment, the gaming market environment, it is very difficult to keep players engaged unless we're constantly rolling out changes every 3 months. So currently, we do believe that we will stick to the cycle as of now. More people asked about map expansion plans, and as we said, Lumi Island needs to expand. We went over some changes today, and we went over some of our future plans. So we hope that we will be able to expand the map further rather than just changing it too. That said, our environment team is currently tied up with optimization and working on new modes, so we're still trying to figure out the target timeline if we ever do try and expand the map. There was also a question saying, is the next mode related to hacking or JP? No, the next new mode is not tied with hacking or JP. That said, we do believe that there are very good options that we can maybe delve in the future. So we might explore modes related to those themes sometime in the future. A brand new map. A brand new map is coming up because the upcoming new mode is likely to feature its own unique map. And we do believe that these ones will be very tied into the new modes we made rather than becoming like a separate new map for Lumia Island, our main mode. It's not really about that. It's more of we will feature special maps for our special modes as we move on in the future. Roadmap site updates. So in Season 7, we had to urgently tackle a lot of revamps, like we have to tackle a lot of changes like the elimination prevention system and the UI updates, and it really derailed our seasonal development timeline for this season. And so we couldn't really update it as quickly as we did before. But we do believe that with Season 8, we can try and get the public roadmap back on track. There were also some talks about optimization and technical issues as well. It's a really complicated issue, and I do believe that we talked about this issue for quite some dev streams. And when it comes down to optimization, it mostly comes down to the usual pipeline, because our development pipeline. Because on one hand, we do work on optimization, and it does steadily improve over time through ongoing work. But on the other hand, new content gets added each season, which tends to push performance back down. So the overall level of optimization depends on which side gains more ground. It's more of a race between the new content and the optimization efforts that we do. It's an everlasting race. So we are working hard on it, but yeah, it is an ongoing race for us too. And internally, one of our key checklists each season is how well we can maintain performance when introducing new content, so we are working on it. And also recently with Unreal Engine getting a lot of traction, we've also been getting some more questions about switching engines. But from our perspective, the biggest event on our radar for engines is our upgrade to Unity 6. Because Unity 6 is already receiving very strong evaluations for significantly improved performance over the current Unity 5 version that we use. And so, yeah, we do have some high hopes that we will be able to gain some gains for optimization when we upgrade to Unity 6. And also, in particular, there's a major improvement in the rendering pipeline if we upgrade, which means that the process that turns 3D graphics into what you see on your 2D screen, this one becomes much more better if we upgrade into the future engine. So I think with this implementation, we could lead to some performance boosts that we're hoping to gain, but this is all still speculation and is in the pipeline, so we'll see. So yeah, that said, since this fundamentally changes how graphics are handled, we are currently applying it and testing it with each patch to make sure it's compatible. We don't want to push it out too fast and make it seem too broken. So if all things go well, hopefully we will be able to switch the live version, the current live version, to our players over sometime around Season 10. It's still on the pipeline. It's not set in stone, but we hope that we will be able to provide a better experience. And I know a lot of the other players asked about graphic settings and further graphic customization, and we believe that these will likely follow after we finish the rendering pipeline transition and engine upgrades are complete. Okay, that's all for the technical stuff that we currently had, and we'll move into some more gameplay stuff that we'll do. So I think this is a question that is a lot asked for. Is it fair that pre-mades aren't allowed at higher tiers in a squad-based game? And we believe that this is a very hard decision for us, because although we do understand the fun of playing with friends, if you're able to reach the top by being inside a pre-made and being carried to like the highest tiers, it does kind of undermine the integrity of the whole ranked system, and it does become even more impactful for global servers, which has kind of a different matchmaking compared to other servers as well. So it is something that we would want to fix in the future, but currently we would have to try and make up for for the situation that we are currently in. And yeah, we will try and maintain the balance between giving you a good, fun team play experience while also balancing out the integrity of the ranked system. There were also questions regarding can we replace the final background music? Can we have new final zone background musics? So we are looking into new background musics for the final zone, and yeah, we believe that they are very likely to be added in the future, and maybe possibly as part of future collabs. And yeah, we will also introduce features to change the last zone background music along with that as well. Okay, next one is limiting multi-weapon characters to a single weapon. So the issue with this one is that back when we had fewer characters, having access to multiple weapon types was a very big advantage. But currently, we do believe that the gameplay variation between those weapon types has become more and more minimal as time went on. And also, the issue about having more weapon types means that a lot of more animations and motions go into just one more character. And it really kind of makes the pipeline for us to making more skins for the character much more complex too. So that means that if we are to introduce more weapon types to a specific character, it also means that it would likely mean to become much more less likely to get skins faster as well. So there are both ups and downs for these options. So, and we are currently looking at which way we do want to go with this feature with this feature in the future. But yeah, we'll see. We're looking at the ups and downs, and we'll see where we'll land. We're
really curious to see if which priority the players want. If they would want more skins, maybe, but because a lot of resources go into making skins, or a lot of animation and stuff like that goes into work when they have multiple weapons. So we're really curious, and if you guys could leave feedback on which one you guys would prefer, it would really help us greatly.
Okay. That being said, next one up is please show Lumia shop inventory in the UI. Yes, we hear you all, and this one is we're preparing for this, and hopefully we can deliver it soon. Also, the next one up is skill distinction between enemies and allies are lacking, and I think we said this before with when we talked about the quality of life improvements, we are working on improving this step by step, and currently we believe that with every new skin release, we will be able to change more effects of the character alongside that as well. So if there are any specific skills you find especially unclear, let us know and we'll prioritize them. One of the ones that were high on the list was Nia, and we do believe that we will be able to fix it by her next when her next skin comes out. Next one up is traps. Feel like they don't really have a clear place in the game right now. So the issue about traps is that when traps are too strong in the mid game, they can be very frustrating and hard to counter, but then they are more prominent in the final zone. We are introducing more ways that are kind of similar to traps, like the gadget bolts and the orbs moving around, and giving more tactical options that characters can use outside of just their character. And we hope that these kind of features can bring a similar feeling that the players are missing, they're kind of missing right now. And more changes are planned for traps too in the future seasons as well. So we hope that we will be able to continue to evolve each season and give you a more diverse gameplay experience. Last one for gameplay is regarding healing reduction. So the question is, healing reduction feels too mandatory right now. And yes, we are aware of this issue. And similar to how skill haste has become a seasonal focus in Season 8, we might one day try and tackle healing reduction as a big overhaul in the future season as well. But this one is kind of more impactful, so we're approaching it with caution. And usually in Battle Royales, you can't really predict your final opponents. So strong counter mechanics are very tricky to implement. And so right now, healing reduction is almost essential. But since we are introducing more features and changing previous ones like skill haste, we hope that we will be able to increase the flexibility of items like this in the future too, and open up more strategies than just going healing reduction every game. So yeah, we're hopeful in the future, and we'll see where we land. Last one up regarding a kind of in-game stuff is gonna be the balance patches. We just wanted to share more about the philosophy behind balancing in Eternal Return. So yeah, we just want to give kind of a clear idea about how we think. So our approach to balance usually falls into two major categories. The first one is called defensive balancing, which means that there are measures aimed at preventing a single character from becoming overly dominant and distorting the entire ecosystem. So we usually begin with the principle that every character is unique, and because of this uniqueness, each character has a different difficulty curve and different performance floors and ceilings depending on player skill. So this is why the strongest characters can vary greatly between tiers. And as many of you already know, the top picks in a certain tier can be completely different in those in a different tier in a different skill level. But yeah, the critical question then becomes, which is more harmful to the community environment, a weak character or a strong one? And we do believe that the answer is a strong character, because when one character becomes too dominant, it usually breaks the balance of the game in that particular tier. So we usually take a kind of a defensive approach and ecosystem protective approach and try and balance out the power of that particularly strong character. If any character begins to show overwhelming performance in a specific place, we act quickly to try and tone them down. In this process, we usually try and take data from more higher ranked players and try and weigh them more, because skill discrepancy is usually less in these kind of tiers, making the character's true performance more easier to discern from stats alone. There are some questions about tournament patches, and we do want to say tournament balance is not our top priority when it comes to balancing decisions. However, in major events like finals, we do factor them in when a specific character could potentially warp the entire day or tournament that day. So for like just before a finals. So that said, we do believe we currently do make ranked high tier data as kind of a influence currently as of now. And if the performance gap across tiers becomes even too extreme, this is the time where we consider reworking a character long term to reduce their skill ceiling while also raising their floor. So essentially, we're trying smoothing the curve between the different skill tiers. But the issue happened is that this means that we're just nerfing characters then that makes the meta become stale. So this is why we also have the category of offensive balancing. And this is when we try and breathe fresh life into the meta through buffs and changes aimed at increasing diversity and kind of excitement. So when we do this kind of balance, we usually encourage our team to go bold. And even if it means a hotfix or a rollback, we try and make some impactful shifts. And we believe that a lot of time these are worth it. And a lot of our players do say, Nimble Neuron keeps buffing stuff until people actually use it. And this is sometimes true, because sometimes aggressive changes is a required way to rotate the meta and make underused characters viable again too. And also there is also the choice of character reworks as well to try and alleviate the situation. But due to the immense workload involved going into a rework of a single character, we can only manage a few per season at most. And making every character feel the same also defeats the point of a character-based battle game. So it is always a race between us in balance in measuring all of these different categories and giving you the best experience. So yeah, balancing decisions are influenced by many other factors as well too, because each season provides new features and there are existing features as well. So for example, in Season 8, we're going to introduce rifts and gadget bolts. And these can also significantly impact character performance too. And yeah, there are just a lot of factors that go into balancing, but we do try and set some categories that we can go off from and try and give you an experience that is not, we will not say great, but the experience that is probably the best that we can give you as of the time frame as of now. So yeah, we hope that our players can understand at least a kind of how we think of when we approach the overall structure of balance, which is currently looking at data across multiple tiers while actively injecting some change into the meta too. It is, yeah, we're currently approaching it as of now, but yeah, we're always open. We're always open to new ideas as well. So we'll see how it goes, and we will work hard to provide you a better experience in the future too. We'll keep working hard. Yep. And that being said, I'll pass it over to Raven 1.
I will be covering some of the questions players had about characters, skins, and story. One of the questions that we received quite a bit of was about Hunter Spot and character traits. And going forward, we aim to keep cooking as a relative trait instead of a character trait. And we'll provide test subjects with more diverse and distinguishable identities. We also had questions regarding character nationalities. Regarding nationality, we generally choose not to disclose each character's nationalities. We've learned that the details can be affected by real-world events, so we are trying to refrain from. And we had questions regarding dance emotes for older token skins. And new skins, including token skins, are gradually being released with more content beyond just emotes. But it's not really feasible to retroactively add these features to older skins, so please consider each skin final at launch. And players also had questions regarding epic skin criteria and how we select them. And we want to be honest, discussing sales performance isn't really enjoyable for us. Every test subject is precious to us. We did discuss a little bit about earlier the difference between Luke's performance and Dema's performance as token skins this season, but the reality is that we operate under constant pressure, and if both token skins underperformed this season, Season 7 would have been a lot harder for the company than it was, realistically. And hopefully, as our revenue grows and global expansion continues, we hope to gain more freedom to explore creative options without strict limitations. Players also had some questions about why do some characters not have ping voice lines yet? And the fact is, voice actors typically record in batches. So as a result, ping lines are usually added as like a little side task when a new skin is recorded or when a major update is made to the character. So please wait. And will machine, monster, or animal characters be added was also a question that we had. And all three types are definitely possible in the future. Now for the questions regarding product, events, and marketing. I'll get to them right away. We've seen some players discuss about the ER pass. Some said it feels too short, and some said it feels too long. And we feel that's a sign that the current balance might actually be right where it needs to be. Some ER pass missions are hard for certain roles was the questions that we got. And we hear you. So this mainly refers to kill missions. We'll work to make sure TK, team kill, missions also count to ensure fair completion across all roles. We also had some questions about reviving old esports items. And regarding this, for items like team support packages, all revenue actually 100% of that goes to the partner teams. This means that collaboration and fairness are essential. Some older teams have more items than others, so we'll need to consider how best to handle that. Players also had questions regarding pricing of reissued skins or selling via NP. Our guiding principle is that reissued skins should never be cheaper than they were originally sold for, even if obtained via our chest. The average value must be higher. Also, items must not originally be sold for NP and won't be resold with NP. We want to respect early supporters, which is important for both past and future buyers. People also had some questions about data shards and saying that they have too many data fragments, but we're going to be generally adding them and new stuff to do in Season 8 and more, so please keep an eye out for that. People continuously asked us about skins for Operator Naja, and we actually really wanted to hope to release an Operator Naja skin alongside with the collaboration, but discussions with the IP holders were pretty rough, so the skin has been delayed for now. We apologize. Collaboration plans. I discussed this a bit earlier. We're preparing 2 major collaborations in Season 9 and 10, featuring global popular IPs. Expect to see familiar characters appear as Eternal Return skins. A lot of players had complaints and questions about token skins and them being difficult. Production requires a lot of resources for token skins, as players know, and these token skins are meant to be high value, so they're not really easy to obtain through just gameplay alone. That said, we do recommend players to get the quest books with the tokens. They help a lot as a general little guideline. And we also had a lot of questions about why not sell dances separately, but unlike certain FPS games, Eternal Return characters have distinct body types and proportions, so animations are actually tailor-made, and that makes it really hard to sell universal dance emotes. We also had questions about BGM updates and in lobby BGM. Are we going to sell them? Well, we're planning to release new lobby BGM every season, so look forward to a summer theme track in Season 8. We have one player actually have a question about how to use green MP, and we felt like this player was probably a new player, so we grabbed the question right away. Blue MP is permanent and green MP is time limited, so when you spend MP, green MP is always used first. And we had feedback regarding the marketing and web event for the Ghost Leg event, and the feedback was that it was not very positive, and we heard the frustrations. Many said the event felt worse because the ladder UI implied fairness, and we've asked the marketing team to avoid using the ladder style format going forward. For offline events, we will be attending some global offline events in the future, and we'll keep hosting them in Korea. If any global events invite us, we'll be thankful and look into them positively as well. We had a lot of questions regarding global marketing. Straight up, we'll be continuing our marketing in Season 8 for global servers. And the Season 9 and 10 collaborations are also geared towards the global audience as well. Eternal Return has some recognition in Korea, but overseas it's still growing. Well-known IP partnerships will help expand awareness, with the new AI and marketing push helping. For influencer marketing, when it comes to it, we believe genuine passion matters the most. We want to keep working and building relationships with creators who truly enjoy ER and look for meaningful ways to collaborate. And we had a lot of questions about merchandise. We showed the figurines earlier on, but we'll have additional second anniversary merchandise as well. So please stay hyped. And that's it for the Q&A. I kind of sped through it so we can go into the other Q&A section, which Wendy will guide us into.
Yep, now that is it for our Q&A that we have originally planned, and for the PPT, that is all too. Thank you all for sticking up for the PPT that we prepared for today. And before we end the stream, we do want to take some Q&A from our chats as well. So I think we can transition to the camera as of now and meet Wolf One. Okay, we're back. Okay, now that we're back, I think we can take some questions from chat, and yeah, we can answer some of them as we did before. Yeah, we can choose one each as we look at the chat.
Sounds good. If you guys have any questions, please post them
now.
Oh, also, but please do refrain from asking character-specific questions, because that can lead to an endless amount of questions.
Will the phone verification be for all modes or just ranked?
아시아 1서버에서 랭크 대전에만 우선 적용할 계획입니다.
For the beta period, we will be starting with only ranked for Asia 1 server.
We also had a question regarding, can we please get more in-depth skill descriptions when viewing character skills in loadout and collection? Only way to access this information is if you press Alt while leveling a skill in-game. 스킬 설명이나 그런 거에 대해서 조금 더 인게임 전에도 약간 화면에서 로비나 그런 것도 확인할 수 있을 수 있게 개선될 수 있을지 물어보시는데.
네. 지금 상태에서 아마 저기 로비에서 스킬 설명에 상세한 수치들을 넣어달라라는 말씀이신 것 같은데, 이 부분은 일단은 좀 시간이 많이 걸릴 부분일 것 같고, 저희가 연습 모드가 개편되고 나면은 연습 모드 안에서 캐릭터를 바꿔가면서 이제 한 번에 이제 여러 캐릭터를 연습 모드에서 확인할 수는 있을 것 같습니다.
Regarding the skill descriptions, it would take us quite a bit, and we'll look into it. But for now, we players can go into the training area and look. But we will definitely look into it.
Okay, this one I can answer. There was a question saying, besides Bernice, will other new characters in the future also have the ammo mechanic? As we said earlier, if there is a character that does match with the kind of a reloading mechanic, we do believe that we can bring it back as sort of a character trait, a character uniqueness kind of style.
We also had a question from YouTube. What's your favorite part of developing ER? 이터널리턴 개발자로서 제일 재밌고 즐거운 아니면 제일 마음에 드는 부분 있을까요?
가장 재밌으면서도 그 가장 힘든 부분들은 플레이어들과 커뮤니케이션 하면서 이제 게임을 만들어 나간다라는 부분이 정말 엑사이팅가 하면서도 또 가장 힘든 부분 중에 하나가 아닌가라고 생각이 듭니다. 네.
Our favorite parts of well, especially Wolf One's favorite part of working on and deving on ER is actually also the hardest part, which is trying to build our game with the community, where we constantly communicate with you guys and communicate with our players, and we listen. But it's an exciting and very difficult but fun journey.
My favorite part is the dev stream. I get to talk with you all. Let's see. Will there be a Chinese voiceover? Will it be available to all players?
아니요. 중국 그 서버는 중국 서비스는 위게임이라는 스팀과 분리된 플랫폼으로 진행이 되기 때문에 스팀 플레이어들은 가는 이제 서버가 분리되게 되고 함께 게임 플레이를 할 수는 없습니다. 네. 목소리 보이스 같은 경우는 아마 중국어가 이렇게 도입되면은 글로벌 서버에서도 사용할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네.
Okay, it does seem like we will be able to use the Chinese voiceover in the global server as well.
Are there any plans to use any of the skin designs in Black Survival? 불사에서 있었던 스킨들을 디자인을 가져올 생각이 있느냐고 물어보신 것 같아요.
저희가 스킨을 만들 때 언제나 이 블랙 서바이벌의 스킨들을 고려는 하고 있고요. 다만 2D 게임에서 스킨을 만드는 방식과 3D 쿼터뷰 게임에서 만드는 이제 포인트가 많이 다르기 때문에 그런 부분들이 때문에 이제 가져오지 못하는 경우가 많은 것 같습니다. 예를 들어 저희는 이제 위에서 내려다 볼 때 스킨이 어떻게 보일 것인가가 굉장히 중요한 부분인데 그래서 이제 좀 디자인의 원칙이 다른 것 같습니다. 네.
We have and always actually think about the skins that are in Black Survival, but there is a difference when the fact that is Black Survival is a 2D game and our game is a 3D quarter view game. So not just the game system itself, but we are looking from top up instead of the actual portrait. So when we're making a skin, the scheme and the tactics that have to go into it is a bit different. But yes, I guess that would be the short answer. Would be yes.
Will there be more models available for MMD? MMD 모델 더 출시.
네, MMD 모델은 꾸준히 조금씩 출시될 예정입니다.
Yes, we will be continue to update new models for MMD for the community to use.
Will achievement lore be moved to the story related? 그 업적에 있는 스토리가 나중에 뭐 시즌 11에 나오는 그 스토리 모드에서 추가될 예정인지 물어봐 주신 것 같아요.
네, 아마 이 스토리 모드는 업적과는 별개로 추가될 것 같습니다. 업적은 좀 정말 가벼운 그 이야기들, 짧은 이야기들 위주였고 스토리 모드는 그것보다는 조금 더 긴 에피소드나 세계관 설정이나 이런 부분들을 직접적으로 보여주는 장면이 좀 더 많아지지 않을까 생각합니다.
So regarding the question of will achievement lore be moved to the story-related visual novel? No. The achievement lore is actually a lot shorter than what we have in plan for the story mode and the story content that we're going to be preparing for season 11. So we won't be moving the lore, but we'll be instead creating new lore into the new feature.
Is there a plan to stop matchmaking a 3-stack pre-made team with random match team? No matter how it makes matchmaking time longer, no pre-made team shall be matched with only pre-made teams. This is something we definitely want to do as the player base goes up. But currently, it does make situations that make certain times make matchmaking too long that it actually doesn't match at all. And we do believe that we'll have to kind of provide games for normal matches as of now. However, we did put a lot of different matchmaking boundaries in normal games last season, and we do believe that it has at least kind of alleviated the situation a bit more. And for this season, we'll also look into the different data that we gathered this season, and hopefully we can make the normal matchmaking more better too. And yeah, we definitely understand all of the distress that our players could feel, and yeah, we'll look into the data to see what we can do more to make the matchmaking feel more fair and more approachable to players.
Will we ever get another change skin season? 체인지 스킨 테마를 한 번 더 복각할 생각이 있으신지 물어봐줘.
저희가 이제 기존에 이터널 플레이 하시던 분들이 정말 좋아하는 테마가 있고 반대로 또 이제 새로 오시는 분들이 정말 좋아하는 테마가 있는 것 같은데 체인지 테마 같은 경우는 기존에 플레이 하시던 분들은 굉장히 좋아하고 새로 오신 플레이어분들은 굉장히 관심이 없는 편이었습니다. 그래서 이런 딜레마가 좀 있긴 한데 하지만 또 저희의 이제 기존의 팬베이스 여러분들은 정말 좋아해 주시기 때문에 또 한번 기회가 있을 것 같습니다.
Regarding the change skins, there was actually a kind of a disparity in what new players enjoy and what kind of seasons bring in new players. But there's also season themes that a lot of our older and current players really enjoy. And change skins were actually one of the themes that our current players really enjoyed. So even though there was a disparity, we hope and are looking into perhaps returning change skins in the future, hopefully.
With lore staying on the achievement, could you implement a system that makes it easier to find lore for specific characters? 우리 이제 lore 더 많이 추가하는데 저희가 지금 업적에 스토리가 다 묶여 있잖아요. 근데 이제 특정 캐릭터에 대한 스토리를 더 쉽게 찾을 수 있는 방법을 고려해 볼 수 있는지.
네, 새로운 스토리 모드들은 중에서 일부 메뉴는 캐릭터별로 캐릭터별 스토리가 추가될 예정이기 때문에 네. 아마 캐릭터별로 좀 더 찾기 쉬워질 것 같습니다. 네.
For the new story modes, the story modes that we're preparing, we do want to kind of make it so that we can see it per character. So we do believe that it will be much more easier to find lore bits based on those story modes, and maybe we can expand upon that in the future for the achievement parts too.
We'll take a few more questions from now, and would there be chance the ranked game go happen with 21? Sometimes we stay 21 or more than 21 for like 20 minutes. If a game would happen at 21, sometimes it would be nice.
네. 실제로 대기 시간이 길어지면 21명으로 시작하는 경우가 지금도 벌어지고 있고, 네. 그 시간들을 저희가 계속 매치메이킹 시간을 보면서 조정을 하고 있는데 네, 지금도 존재하는 기능이긴 합니다.
Starting with 21 is already a feature that we do have in the game and has been happening. And we are closely investigating and looking into, configuring when or how long of a matchmaking would require for it to do a quick start into 21 players instead of 24. And we'll continue to look into it as well.
Okay, let's see. I will take one more question. Let's see. More questions. Is there a chance of updating current character models? 그 캐릭터 모델 업데이트할 생각인지 현재 인게임.
기존 캐릭터들의 모델이 업데이트되는 경우는 아마 잘 없을 것 같고요. 다만 이제 스킨이 나올 때 일부 모델이 조금씩 수정되고 개선되는 케이스들은 좀 있었습니다. 네. 앞으로도 이제 그런 경우는 있을 것 같습니다.
It doesn't seem like the case that we will be updating specific character models that are already out right now, but we do believe that when we release new skins, the characters that previously would not receive them would receive kind of an update to their skin models too. So we will try and push more detailed models out in that form.
And I'll just do one more question, actually, where it says, "Is Nina still cursed?" 저번 개발자 만남에서 니나가 되게 어렵다는 NG가 나갔었는데 아직도 니나가 어려운지 이번 스킨에도 혹시 이슈가 있었는지 그런 거에 대해서 물어보시는 것 같아요. 어렵다는 거? 아, 근데 니나가 자주 고장난다가 그런 거 있잖아요. 모델이나 스킨 만들 때.
네, 아무래도 이제 일반적인 형태가 아닌 경우는 대부분 매그너스의 바이크라던가 뭐 이런 이제 그 예외적인 부분들은 이 두 캐릭터가 서로 교체하는 데뷔 말렌이라던가 이런 경우는 항상 이제 그런 문제들은 많이 발생하는 것 같고, 네, 니나는 언제나 말썽쟁이이긴 합니다. 네.
For the question of is Nina still cursed? Yes. A lot of the characters that have unique mechanics, such as Chloe and Nina, or Magnus's bike, or even Debbie Marlene, who swap characters, they have continued to give us headaches. So, in short, yes, Nina is still cursed.
I will take one more too. Will Lone Wolf balancing have percentage damage taken dealt modifiers as dual squads had in early access?
네, 론울프는 그런 보정치로만 일단은 될 것 같고요. 2시간 정도 오픈하는 모드로서는 아마 계속 그렇게 운영될 것 같습니다. 만약에 런울프가 더 많은 플레이어들이 참여하게 되고 더 비중이 늘어나게 된다면 저희도 더 많은 리소스를 들여서 스킬을 일부 수정한다던가 하는 형태도 갈 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yes, currently our plans to do balance changes for Lone Wolf mode will be done by percentage changes like damage taken or dealt. But in the future, if Lone Wolf settles in and becomes much more bigger as a mode, we can maybe try and see that we can cater more characters towards Lone Wolf in special updates too. But currently, our plan is to use those modifiers as of now. Okay. With that being said, I think we will end the chat Q&A for today. And yeah, that brings us end to the dev stream for this season as well. It was quite the long one. My timer says over 4 hours, and that is pretty long. But a really big thanks to sticking with us throughout this dev stream, a very long dev stream too. This season too, and we really want to thank you all for playing season 7 and Eternal Return as well. As we said in the dev stream, there were some mishaps, and yeah, we made some mistakes, but it's really heartwarming to see everyone give us feedback and kind of care for the game, because everything you say about the game, whether it's a negative or positive, it is a big help to us, because without you giving those kind of feedback, we wouldn't even be able to find our next step into moving forward. So once again, thank you so much for playing Eternal Return this season. And yeah, we'll have some closing words from the others too.
Yeah, I'll go first. Thank you guys so much for being here once again. We had a long season, and we hope you guys enjoy season 8 and all the changes. And we'll keep we'll keep improving the game and keeping our promise that we made a while back. Thank you. We love you guys a lot.
Okay. Thank you for playing Eternal Return, and please enjoy season 8. Thank you.
Okay. As we said, season 8 is gonna be the bomb. So I hope everyone's ready for it. Greatest season ever. Okay, so on that high note, we will end this, and we hope that everyone enjoys the new changes and the new character skins, and we hope to see you at the next step stream. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we'll see you next step stream. Bye!
Nina, remember to warm up first. One, two, and... It's fine. Let's buy a new one later. Nina! Did you hear the waves? It's almost time for our act.
Let's begin your reading. From Aquarius to Pisces. Nah, I have sand in my shoes.
I guess we'll make today a leg day. If the water's nice and cold, maybe I should take a swim. Learning to rest is also a part of training.
No matter how wild the waves are, I can cut through them. Ahead I'll go, like a swallow flying across the sea.